Yetu. Before we officially start, I do need to read this so that we're able to declare this venue that I, Mbaile Hlophe, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on E-Government, Research and Development, hereby declare the Silverstar Hotel as the precinct of the Gauteng Legislature in terms of Rule 56.2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, read together with Section 2.1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, Act Number 4, 2024. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. So that's just to declare this venue. As you know, we are not inside the legislature, but because we are outside the legislature, but having a meeting of the legislature, we always have to declare the precinct so that it is in line with the rules of the engagement that will take place. So we're going to start. I know that the MEC will be coming in shortly with the HOD, but I think it's good enough that we can begin our meeting. Oh, HOD is here. MEC is still on his way. Yeah, so he's entering, he's just outside, so we can start. Let me welcome everybody that is here, especially our stakeholders way too. We know that you came from far. We are in the West Rand, and we have requested that we be joined by stakeholders from this particular region who can be able to come and participate within the meeting we're going to have, but also get a sense of the work that EEGov is doing. So the department will be presenting today. They'll also be taking you through umsebenzi that they do on a daily basis. You'll be able to also give questions where you don't understand something or make input on areas that you think they can improve. They'll also take us through their budgets so that you have an appreciation with how much is being spent by the department, because as we know, this is taxpayers' money, which means it is your money that is being utilized in this, and therefore the department needs to make sure that it's able to provide services that yourselves as umphakathi can be able and happy with. So I'm happy to see a lot of youthful faces, but also individuals that are a bit older, because for us that's very important. When we speak technology, we don't only speak to young people. It's about how do we integrate the broader society, both young and old, so that there's an appreciation of what services we're doing. The department services, the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and many other departments. And all of these departments are areas that yourselves as the community at large interface with. So as they provide these services, we look to you to tell us is there anything that you are not happy about, or are there areas of improvement, or what can still be done. Let me thank and welcome the MEC. We had indicated, MEC, that you were entering, you were just outside. So we're going to start our meeting. We'll go to the second item. Charlene, if you can indicate if there's any apologies that we have for today.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For today's session, we received an apology from Member Abrams. She is not here today due to ill health, and a late arrival apology from Member Gentile that's just stuck in traffic and on her way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so our meeting does corrade, and what I mean by that is that in terms of our portfolio committee members, we corrade because we need to have 50% plus one of the members that are available. Because we are having a stakeholder engagement with yourselves, I'd like members just to introduce themselves so that you get to know who are the portfolio committee members. It will be very brief. You just indicate who you are, and then we move right along. Then we start with our meeting.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, MEC. Good morning, honorable members, our HOD, our stakeholders, our supporting staff. Good morning. and most importantly, our stakeholders. Good morning, sanibonani, ninjani. My name is Nomthandazo Miso, a member of this eGov committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, MEC. Morning, honorable members, colleagues. And I think most important of all, good morning to the stakeholders and residents, to the young people. My name is Michael Sun. I'm an alternate member to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning to the members of the community and to the MEC, the chair and other members. I'm another Michael Waters, Michael Manzi. You can call me Manzi if you like, it's fine. And I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Sand and water. MEC.
Oh, good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our stakeholders. My name is Bonkose Dlamini, the MEC for eGov.
Siyabonga, may I ask the HOD?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC, Bongikosi, Dlamini, and the rest of the team, obviously from eGov, and the rest of the stakeholders that are here, Chair. And I don't know if it's okay for me just to take an opportunity also just to submit that, obviously as a department we are here. However, there's 2 or 3 apologies of colleagues that are not here, but also those that will be arriving a little bit late, who will be making presentations, but I can guide when we get to that point. Thank you.
Okay. Can continue.
Morning, Chair, morning, MEC, morning to the honorable members, morning to the stakeholders and the community at large. My name is Mncedisi. I'm from the Auditor General. Thank you.
And then I'm also going to ask, let's start with the department and then you'll meet some of our administration. Just quickly, because I think it's important and also indicate your portfolio. Because when community members have problems, they need to know who's responsible for what and who they need to interact with. Ordinarily, we should all be sharing our cell phone numbers so that they can be able, because these are the people that you are serving. So if we can get from the department, MEC, you'll guide who will introduce themselves first so that at least there's some order and coordination. But I think it's important that they also get to know who's here from the department.
Good day, Chair. Good day, honorable members and the stakeholders at large. My name is Kaukalo Ndimande from Office of the HOD, Department of E-Government.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, HOD, and honorable members and stakeholders and colleagues. My name is Nomsati Ntswalo Makwele. I'm Chief Director, Resource Management, eGov. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members and stakeholders. I'm Dan Lehote from the Department of E-Government. I'm responsible for e-waste as well.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, honorable members, our HOD colleagues and the stakeholders. My name is Flora Ryland from the Department of E-Government, and I look after the Program Management Office. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kwena Mwale from eGov as well, responsible for monitoring and evaluation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, MEC, and members of the Parliamentary Legislature. HOD and colleagues, with the stakeholders. My name is Papa Manzadu, Director Strategic Planning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, MEC Dlamini, members of the committee, stakeholders, HOD, and all colleagues. My name is Linda Kanga. I'm the acting DDG ICTSS, responsible for technology in the department. Thanks.
Morning, Chairperson, MEC, stakeholders. My name is Nhlanhla Cebekulu. I'm responsible for Communication Chief Director at ICAF.
Hi, good morning, MEC. Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Max Ludwig, and I look after ICT infrastructure. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, MEC, members of the legislation, colleagues. My name is JJ Malobane. I'm responsible for Human Resources Transversal, part of which responsibility is to process payments on behalf of the Gauteng Department.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC, HOD, and colleagues and stakeholders. My name is Dina Mulifi. I'm responsible for risk management.
Oh yeah, sorry. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson, MEC. My name is Neo Okoba. I'm responsible for MEC's communications. Thank you.
Okay, have we covered everybody? Okay.
Good morning, MEC. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, stakeholders at large. My name is Tumelo Mahoka. I'm the PLO in the Office of the MEC.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, Portfolio Committee members, stakeholders present. My name is Wiseman Smelane, Chief of Staff in the Office of the MEC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So that's the...
Good morning, Chair. My name is Masibole Gwendima, and I'm the Acting Chief Finance Officer of the department.
Okay. Money should never be late.
Okay, money.
Okay. All right, thank you. So those are the individuals from the department. Let me just ask for our administrative team from the legislature. So if you can also just introduce yourselves, and then we get back on the agenda.
Good morning, MEC, Chairperson, honorable members, HOD officials, and welcome to the stakeholders. My name is Charlene de Beer, and I am the Committee Administrator for the EGov Committee in the legislature. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, colleagues, and our stakeholders. My name is Maina Moya. I am the committee coordinator.
Morning, Chair, MEC, members, colleagues from department and committee, stakeholders. My name is Max Nsehla. I'm a researcher for this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Who has not? Who? Oh, fine.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Musadikite Katisi. I'm a service officer of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and honorable members, and also good morning to the stakeholders. My name is Valerie Langa, and I'm responsible for communications for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, MEC. Good morning, honorable members and the House at large. My name is Ndobia Temba. I am from the Triple P office unit. I'm the officer there.
Good morning, MEC. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and the stakeholders. My name is Nomveli Sontlebi. I'm the Senior Information Officer for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Okay. I think now we've covered everybody. So, that's quite a lot of people, but it's important that at least you know who's who. Especially, we don't want to take it for granted or what when you don't. So it's very important that you understand who's who in the department, who's responsible for what. So even as you ask questions, you have a clear understanding of who's responsible for which task. So we're going to go straight back now into our formal agenda and move for the confirmation of the agenda. We're on item number 3. As you will see before you, colleagues, that our agenda today is to receive our resolutions tracking, departmental update, receive our reports, both the fourth quarter report and the APP, adoption of our previous minutes, and this will do as a closed session, FIS proposal, and then our correspondence. Can I move for adoption from our members? Thank you. We've got a mover and a seconder. Thank you. So we can start accordingly. We're going to go straight to then item number 4 on our resolutions tracking. And this is the update on the service delivery model. Okay. I just want to check, where's Mina? Okay, I wanted you to get just an intro.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, in the previous quarter, the committee resolved that the department should draft or finalize the service delivery model. The response that we received from the department highlighted all the processes that they have already taken.
Sorry, we caught her running. It's okay.
When the committee engaged the response, it was that the department did not give specific timelines. So the committee then requested for an update of the timelines that the department plans on concluding the service delivery model. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for that. I know we caught you running. So we'll move straight then to the presentation by the department. If you can take us through just the service delivery model, we know that this is a very important aspect. We'd like to get a sense of where you are, especially now that we have an appreciation that the department is no longer attached to another department and you are a standalone. MEC, your guide who will be presenting.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, stakeholders, and senior management in the department. Without wasting your time, Chair, I'll hand over to the HOD to deal with this item 5.1, yes, 4.1.
So thank you very much, MEC, through you, and to the chair and the members of the committee once more. And I think when I was asked to introduce myself, I don't think I was happy with the title HOD, but just to put it a proper name into it. So it's Masabata Mutlaneng, and the presentation will be done by Ms. Flora. Chair, maybe just as they are trying to upload the presentation, just to your indulgence, it's just to indicate that we have not yet completed the process, but we felt that it's important to take you into confidence in terms of the work that we are doing, so that you don't think we are spinning you and keep saying we are doing a service delivery model, but we're doing nothing. So what the team will share is just the journey, where we've started, what we're seeking to achieve, and some of the steps that are to still be undertaken, which I do think that you would really appreciate that. And we do hope that once the process, because we do believe that we want our service delivery model to remain a living document, because of being an implementing agent on behalf of client departments. And we're seeing a much more long-term vision in enabling us to be able to have at least a final document. But of course, the intention is to ultimately take the delivery model into an EXCO system so that we get it adopted, approved, and we can always deal with any other changes in the near future. So Ms. Flora will take us through that. Thank you very much. Flo?
So I understand that the presentation is locked, so we are just trying to get someone to assist us so that it can be opened. If we can just get a sense, are we succeeding?
Good morning again, everyone. My name is Flora Ryland. I'll present the draft SDM. Okay, the service delivery model approach, we've had phase 1, which we've completed the planning and diagnostic assessment. Phase 2, stakeholder engagement and benchmarking, that is in progress and would remain in progress, I think, throughout the life cycle of the SDM. Phase 3, the SDM redesign, that is in progress. I am submitting the draft document today. And phase 4 would be the validation and approvals, which we are targeting end of June. Phase 5 would be the continuous implementation, change management, and closeout of the SDM. In terms of the executive summary, the SDM is for a period of 3 years, from 2026 to 2029, and it aims to reposition the Department of eGov from a technical support provider to a strategic digital enabler, which would include designing, implementing, and improving digital services end-to-end, and how we service the community. Okay, aligned to this is our constitutional mandate, which directs how we work, the MTDP, and the growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy, as it introduces a standardized life cycle approach. It directly addresses some of the issues that we have picked up in our SWOT analysis, which are the fragmented systems, duplicated investments, and limited visibility of our products. And the aim is to replace these with integrated, secure, and accountable digital government framework. The key expectations or outcomes of the SDM is to be more citizen-centric, with digital-first access and measurable quality, to strengthen cybersecurity, data protection, and regulatory compliance. And most of our work is underpinned by what we do within the GPN, which is a key focus that ensures access to all our services. The GPN is a strategic deliverable province-wide, and it enables connectivity. We also picked up that we need to deal with duplication. So the intention is to reduce duplication throughout the province through shared platform standardization and integration of our processes as well as applications. Also to enhance oversight, accountability, and risk management across the service lifecycle. In terms of the problem statement, I may have touched on some of these. The reason for the SDM is that we will largely reactive, so we need to start early engagements with departments to ensure that services are delivered on time and correctly, but then we're all part of the value chain from the beginning. The siloed systems and duplicated investments, we need to draw up a proper architecture within the province so that we know exactly what each department is doing, what applications they have, and we are able to then pick up duplications as they come along. We also have the inconsistent service standards and uneven user experience. In this case, we're looking at enhancing our SLAs and our service management framework on how we interact with our customers and how we service them. We've also picked up the limited end-to-end visibility in terms of demand, delivery, operations, and improvement, and we intend doing better on this one to ensure that once projects goes live, there is still someone ensuring that the system works correctly and it meets its correct objectives and benefit realization. There are also gaps in terms of change management, not only in eGov, but province-wide, skills alignment and capacity planning. So those are also some of the systems that we're looking at. How do we start increasing adoption? How do we be more effective in terms of skills rollout within the province in terms of ICT systems? The reduced ability to deliver citizen-centric, secure, interoperable and data-driven services, that our focus must be services first and citizens first instead of department first. That should be our end goal. In terms of our constitution, I've already touched on this, that we are established within the framework of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, in terms of Section 125, which vests executive security in provincial governments. Coupled with this, we also have taken into account our strategies, our APP and the ops plan that all then find expression in the SDM. And the department is responsible for creating a connected government, and we intend ensuring transformation, modernization, and service delivery improvement across our digital spectrum. These are just some of the legislative and policy mandates. I won't necessarily go through one by one, but I think key to note the Public Service Act, the PFMA, the Electronic Act, and the Protection of Personal Information. The mandate of ICT also requires us to be secure, interoperable, cost-effective, compliant, and citizen-centered. These are just a list of the core governance bodies and roles. The Office of the Premier would play strategic oversight, eGov, ESMT, and SMT strategy custodian and implementation lead, eGov business units, execution and adoption, Provincial Treasury, financial oversight, auditing services, GPG ICT Steercom, project and portfolio governance, ICT health check, and also deal with risks and issues within our space. And the Provincial CIO Council is a technical advisory, discusses transversal ICT matters, and also the approval for ICT governance within the province. Okay, the scope of the service delivery model. The SDM applies to all Gauteng provincial departments, entities, and municipalities that consume our services. The SDM establishes a standardized framework for planning, delivery, governance, and management of ICT across the province, and it defines governance structures, decision-making mechanisms, and accountability arrangements. Through this scope, the SDM ICT are delivered in a consistent, efficient, compliant, and auditable manner. The current state assessment, I would have touched on these in the executive introduction, is that we have been largely reactive. We need to start working closely with departments and more earlier so that we're not in a rush when we are delivering. Our systems are fragmented. You'll find that there's 2 or 3 of the same system across the province. We need to find a way of how do we then start aligning these and integrating them. And the focus is to be more technology-centric. The siloed system and duplicated investments I would have touched on. I spoke to the SLAs. In terms of governance and enterprise architecture coordination and change management, these have been unevenly applied, and we need to reduce the ineffectiveness of these. The absence of a fully integrated and standardized SDM has constrained the department's ability to be citizen-centric, secure, and interoperable. As citizens' expectations increase and oversight requirements strengthen, the current SDM approach is no longer sufficient, hence we are doing a revised model. In terms of the current state assessment, I think I've touched on most of these. These just list all the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we have identified during the exercise of the SWOT analysis. The current targeted state, it's also just an continuation where we have the identified weakness and we have proposed SDM interventions. In terms of reactive and siloed service delivery, the recommendation is to implement a standardized life cycle SDM with early engagement from demand planning through to operations. The limited early engagement department planning to also introduce formal demand management and intake processes led by eGov. The inconsistencies to enforce SLAs, I've touched on that. We've established standard service catalogs, SLAs, introduced governance forums and performance dashboards to be able to pick up early warning signs. Fragmented systems and duplications, we've touched on that. To deploy shared integral digital platforms and enforce enterprise architecture standards, the gaps in change management and skills alignment, implement a structured change management and skills development program, GPG-wide. We're also looking at working with the GCRA to assist us in this regard. Limited end-to-end services visibility to enable the portfolio, service and performance dashboards across the delivery life cycle of projects. These are also just a continuation, identified threats and how we would mitigate those. I won't necessarily go through those one by one. I think safe to say that we're looking at strengthening province-wide security governance, SOC capabilities, compliance controls, and leveraging off the GBN as a backbone of the province. Budget constraints impacting digital modernization, apply prioritization phased delivery, and shared services models to optimize value for money. Rapid technology evolution to look at how we can use modular, scalable architectures and continuous innovation through our Center of Innovation. The continued siloed behavior to enforce central standards across the GPG, shared platforms and accountability mechanisms, and the failure to meet citizen expectations to shift to citizen-centric service design, digital platforms and continuous service improvement. So these are just some of the comments that we've also got from some of our partners within the ICT space and those that assist us. And some of these would be how can we partner and co-invest for ICT infrastructure. How can we then start looking at triple Ps for financing and funding, because we do find that funding is a challenge for us. We are collaborating currently with UJ and also in discussion with other higher institutions on how we can enhance in research and policy development, and also focusing on building local digital capacity to ensure equitable access for all communities. The current state assessment, some of the initiatives that are already in progress. We're having regular eGov HOD to HOD strategic partnership sessions where we go and listen to departments, what their needs are, but also what makes them unhappy and how we can improve on that. That's in progress. We currently have the skills audit in progress, the capacity alignment, and that will then lead to a revised organizational structure for the department that is aligned to the current 4IR initiatives and emerging technologies. So I've covered the item 3. In terms of partnerships, we are speaking to various partners, including the Innovation Hub, where we're looking at collaborating on various items such as skills development programs, cybersecurity, region development, among others. We have also finalized the MOU with the Innovation Hub. And we also are in discussion, as I would have mentioned, with GCRA and how we can then form a relationship in terms of skills development and enhancing such within GPG. The future state that we are envisioning is to be governed, integrated, and service-orientated digital delivery model, and to have a standardized end-to-end service SDM life cycle. We're also looking at services that are citizen-centric and digital by default, which means that immediately when there is an issue or a request that arises, that the first aim is to digitize it and not to have it in a paper-based format. We are also improving on security, resilient and compliant POPIA Act. We're looking at interoperable and data-driven services, integrated services. We have started on some projects where we have quite a bit of integration that is taking place, not only in the GPG, but between GPG and the municipalities. Also looking to improve on value for money and sustainability of our products. Okay, decision-making and accountability, we are improving on having clear governance structures, service ownership, and monitoring dashboards. Okay, these are just some of the strategic challenges and the intervention that we are looking at. I would have touched on some of them earlier on, so I'm not going to read it line by line. I've covered that slide earlier already. We're also looking at positioning ICT not only as a technical support, but as a strategic digital partner for GPG. So the skills gap and reliance on vendors. Part of the skills audit that is being undertaken currently is to also improve institutional capability and digital skills development, so that we can then start decreasing reliance on vendors. Okay, the impact of the future state, the impact of the SDM once it is completed, is to have a clear linkage between project services and outcomes, ensuring that ICT investments are service-driven, improved governance, accountability, and audit traceability, reduced duplication of systems and investments through shared platforms should be implemented, enhanced service reliability, availability, and responsiveness, strengthened cybersecurity, data protection, and operational resilience throughout the GPG, supported by our GPA network, predictable and transparent ICT delivery aligned to provincial priorities, departmental mandates, and citizen expectations. And the SDM will enable measurable public value, supporting improved service outcomes, stronger oversight, and sustainable digital transformation. So we are looking at having it over 3 years. So year 1 would be the foundation and stabilization, year 2 expansion and standardization, year 3 optimization and intelligence, and look forward at how we can enhance it further. These are just the enablers of the SDM: change management and capacity building, risk management, monitoring, evaluation, and continuous improvement, stakeholder engagement, and communication. This will just speak to organizational structure, which I touched on earlier, on how do we then begin to enhance our current structure to ensure that we are aligned to 4IR and emerging technologies. Conclusion and way forward: the SDM repositions the department as a strategic digital partner. The expected citizen impact, services shaped by what residents need, not by departmental boundaries. Fewer queues and repeat visits at digital channels become the primary front door. Faster resolution when things go wrong, greater confidence that personal data is protected, a shift towards a smart, secure, and connected Gauteng. Way forward and next steps: formal approval and adoption of the SDM, drawing up of implementation plans by business units, embedding the SDM life cycle into our governance processes, and prioritization and execution of the Year 1 roadmap initiatives. I'll pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. So that's the draft that we've just now received. At least it gives some sense of an indication of where your thinking is. But I want to get just some comments from members. If they've got any questions that they'd like to pose, please feel free. Okay, all right. I think members are fine. We'll await the final draft. The only thing for me that I wanted to get a sense of is in terms of timelines, when do you think this process will be done? I'm also mindful that once you restructure a department, there's obviously interdependencies and approvals that you need to get, and that process can be very lengthy. So when are we anticipating that this is likely to take place realistically? And in the absence of this, because it's going to have a huge impact on the work that you're doing, until you're able to structure yourselves in a way that can better service the departments. So we need to have a sense, MEC and HOD and your team, of what timelines are we looking into realistically? So if you can just give us a guidance on that, and also how this is going to then interface with the other departments. So you touched on it, but in the planning of this and how you restructure yourself, there must always be input from your clients, which are the departments that you're servicing. Has that taken place? And if not, that's amongst the things that you'd need to factor in. So if we can just get a sense, I'm more worried about timelines than anything else.
No, thanks, Chair, for the question. I think in just the last slide, it talks to the timelines that the EMT will be meeting by the 30th of June to adopt the final draft. And also, I think it's slide number 17, if I'm not mistaken, where we speak of the HOD's forum, where all the HODs of our client departments are meeting. So our client's department are part of the planning. But what the NEC will, the chair will appreciate, if you go to slide, I think slide 4, that's what we are trying to solve here. When you go to problem statement, to say what is it that we're trying, because we're trying to position the department as like your oxygen for the GPG. And do away with the silos and so forth, and also not be a middleman in terms of ICT, but build internal capacity of the state to be able to provide AMA services. I don't know whether HOD will want to add something or...
Okay. All right, thank you. MEC? HOD?
Thank you, Chair. I think MEC certainly have covered me. The one area would just for you to note is that we would also like to have an engagement with the sector, because it's important for us to engage the sector. So our idea was that between now and end of June, we would like to do more the provincial government conversations, and just for us to continue to have those we've started. And we would like to then engage the rest of the other departments. But we do think that the second quarter of the current financial year will then want to engage other stakeholders that form very significant part of the entire sector of the ICT within the province. And therefore we do believe that we'll take that, at least that will keep us busy with them in various roundtables, at least until end of the second quarter, around September, hoping that by the time we go to the adjustment budget already, we would have then be presenting that as part of then the EXCO system in order for us to get it formally approved, and then ensure that once that approval, at least we would have already had a sense of what would it really take for us to ensure that we fully implement it. But the June timeline, as MEC has indicated, definitely is what we would want to do within GPG. We still have municipalities as well that we would want to continue to engage. We are engaging them through the process of the provincial turnaround that has been adopted by the province, and we'll definitely use any other method just to engage with everyone else fully. Thank you.
Okay. Member San, so you're indicating, so in this financial year, what we're looking at is really the department engaging with departments, municipalities, and stakeholders. So that's 2026, 2027. And also to get your EXCO approval, which then means post that, it then moves now into the other departments. Because you still need approval from national and so forth. And the reason why I'm asking this is because we already are 2 years down in this administration. My concern is that by the end of this administration, that's only when your system's going to kick in, realistically speaking. That's why I was asking, in terms of a timeline, what are you looking into? So with the inputs that you're giving now, I was actually just plotting down. So realistically speaking, at the doorstep of when this administration ends is when you'll have all approvals in place essentially, and possibly beginning to start to have your structure in place, which I think is a big risk. But I know that it's also not something that you can control, because like I say, there are too many interdependencies when you're dealing with any structure that you need to change. What we do need to look into, how do we mitigate the risks? Because whilst you're getting your house in order, technology is advancing. And unfortunately, technology is not going to wait for the department to get itself in order. So how do you deal with that? And that for me is the big risk. Member San?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I cannot agree with you more. Often that government's pace is very slow. We move at a snail's pace, but we expect the technology and the world out there to wait for us. And the consequence, Chairperson, is that we spend tomorrow's price buying technology of last year. I want to give an example. We can go out and buy laptops now. But as soon as we get the delivery of the laptop, we are still paying the latest prices, but we are paying for old technology. But on that, Chairperson, I want to maybe ask the MEC for some clarification and some advice. That one of the department's program is the modernization of the provincial ITC infrastructure and connectivities. MEC, we understand that not all the municipalities within the province are on the same level in terms of ICT, connectivities, and in fact, the user-friendliness spread out to the residents. What has your engagement been with the municipalities? How are they onboarding with this process, and are they financially able to keep up with the pace? And I want to share another example is that maybe in the case of Johannesburg, where you have easier access to connectivity, but if you go out to Cederbank, it's a different story. And the residents out there in the rural communities must never be left out with connections. And again, I go back to my initial question, is that how are our municipalities onboarding this process? Are we all on the same level? If not, what is our action plan or strategy, MEC, if you will, to bring these other municipalities up to the same level so we can all then start on the same starting line? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let me just check. Are there any other members who would like to make an input, or you're fine? Okay. MEC?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to members for the questions and comments. I will give the HOD to deal with the risk and the interdependencies on the timeline. But on the issue of the municipalities and how far, they are not in the same part, I want to agree with you, Member Swan. And in one of the slides, we are dealing with that problem to say if we really want to be effective and roll out and connect all communities because of the limited budgets, we must go the PPP route so that we're able to put everyone on par. I'll make take an example, we have developed for the Department of COGTA what we call an indigent register. It was easy to roll out in Johannesburg because they've got capacity, but in other municipalities, we really need to help them. And the only way to go is to make sure that we roll out on the big scale and connect all communities. So that's the plan that way. Through you, Chair, what you want on the timelines?
Okay.
Thanks, Chair, and once more, thanks, MEC. Chair, we definitely wouldn't agree with you more. I mean, to the extent that as the department, whilst we are putting together the SDM, but we equally are engaging with our client departments, meaning both our sister departments in the province, but also with the municipalities. So we are not really saying we're going to be waiting for the document, only then we make changes. There's an expectation that whilst we are putting together the strategy, work must happen. And we are starting to work in such a way that we are more consultative. I mean, just last week, Thursday, we met with the municipalities. We are part of a work stream referred to as the Municipal Transformation Work Stream, which is chaired by Councillor Mozamai in Midval, who is responsible and who's our chair as the work stream for the MEC, the municipal turnaround. And in that, we meet with all the various municipalities. One call to add to that responsibility is the decision that we've taken that we are now establishing a provincial-wide CIO council, where on a regular basis, monthly, we have committed that we'll meet with each municipality. We have done an assessment, what we refer to as the assessment, ICT readiness assessment to all the municipalities, where we have identified weaknesses in all the municipalities. For an example, where we are testing, do you have a strategy in place? Do you have a budget in place? What are your plans? I think MEC makes reference to the indigent register, which is one of the key projects that we have identified as what we are implementing across the municipalities. There's other programs that are there. For an example, we are also looking at the e-petitions register, where we are automating that for all the various municipalities as well. We're looking at the land invasion, which also was officially launched even on Sunday through MEC Mamabolo as part of the COGTA program. So there's various activities that actually are taking place, and all we're saying is that we're not saying that we are waiting for the SDM to implement the integrated collaborative way of working, and hence we are even having this departmental conversation. So every Monday we meet, or every we have bilaterals with all the client departments, where we've regularly set out how then to assist our sister departments, Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of COGTA, Department of DID, and including social development that's just coming on board. And we'll continue to work in this way in order to improve, in order to ensure that as a province, in municipalities, we are more alert to the technology and how we can enhance service delivery, because in the heart of it and in the core of it, it's about making sure that we make service delivery much more easier and accessible to our communities and our society. So, but we note the concerns, MEC, and through your MEC Chair, that there are mitigating risks that are there that we have to then put in place. And the approval process, certainly, we have to unfortunately go through that process. But equally, we know that we don't want to implement this on our own. We don't want to be a department that is sitting there on their own, having a plan that they can implement. So we really do need the rest of the partners in the entire 3 spheres of government, as well as within the stakeholders that are out there that are doing a similar work. And I think we do think that it will help us to enhance and give us a bit of leverage to ensure that we don't implement old system, but rather always ahead of ourselves as the province, and more than anything else, our citizens are getting the better systems and the better services from us as government. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I don't see any further comments or hands from members. So I take it we are comfortable with the responses that have been given thus far. Maybe just to indicate that as the portfolio committee, we will be tracking this, because this is very important to the work that you are doing and how you provide services to the GPG in its totality. So we will be tracking this, and we'll be requesting then just regular updates from yourselves in terms of where you are, so that we can be able to follow and monitor. Okay. All right, we are gonna then move to item number 5, where we just deal with updates from yourselves, just in terms of the collaboration with the Innovation Hub, the collaboration with GCRA. If you can just take us through.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've got one presentation for all the 4. If you can take them once. Okay. Over to HOD.
Thank you, MEC, and once more, Chair, thanks for the opportunity. Ms. Nsadu Papama will take us through the presentation. And I think as MEC has indicated that it's just all the 4 because it's more of an update, so we're not getting into more the details, but rather giving you just a synopsis of where we are. And as you said, some of the things that you are tracking on our behalf, and she will then take us through the 4 items under 5 on departmental. This is what updates, yes.
Good morning once again. On the update, departmental updates, there are 4 presentations, which is the Innovation Hub, the collaboration with GCRA, and also youth tax, which the last one is the e-waste. Then in providing the update in the Innovation Hub, taking into consideration that there was a meeting that was initiated by the committee itself sometime last year, which is the 5th of March, with the department and in the Innovation Hub. Then from there were numerous engagement between the 2 stakeholders, which is the department and the Innovation Hub, which this year in January we started as the department and our partner to work in developing the MOU. And the main focus in that MOU, we're looking at the issues of government service delivery, connectivity, policy implementation, because one of our role as government is to enable the environment, and also looking at the issues of innovation, incubation, research and development, because when we talk to technology, there is lots of research that we need to do, and also the entrepreneurship development aspect into it. Then the objectives that was to formalize the partnership between the 2 institutions, which is ourselves and the Innovation Hub, and also to strengthen the collaboration and ensure that we improve the service delivery and also the issues of citizen engagement through the developments that we're providing, and ensure that the joint efforts between the 2 are reducing the issue of having duplication of the work, because Innovation Hub is also directors in their human resource development level from all the GPG departments are fully represented, which this part will address the challenge of achieving the target when it comes to internal GPG staff training, because it was a challenge. So when now all the human resource development directors are there, it will then enable the part of ensuring that all the employees, they partake in this training, and the employees, when they are signing their performance agreement, they will also identify the areas of lack and gaps, so that this committee coordinates that kind of. Then moving first to the next presentation, the youth tech, I'm going to give it to Mr. Cebekulu to take over. Thank you.
Sanbonan youth. Ngathi nilele nje sanbonan youth. Ninjani? Ngizopresenta iprogram yenu ne. This is a youth expo program which deals with skills development. So njengo government we gov, we have identified that youth manqeda ukuthola umatric inhlala emakhaya ngenze lutho. Nemsebenzi futhi niphinde ningabi nayo. So as eGov, we have tried to intervene by visiting each and every corridor. So each province in our corridor I5. So my report is covering the last quarter, which is February, that where we visited various youth centers. So, last quarter we were able to go to Western Corridor, Ekagiso. Angazi noma ngihlala ngakhona yini. Sasifikile Ekagiso last year. I mean this February. The Youth Expo covers 2 days. The first day is on training. The second day will be on ensuring that companies, they come to train you on specialized skills. And then the first day, it focuses on giving you exposure on where you can get skills, as well as bursaries and any other internship programs. So we got about 105 youth attended on the first day. The second day, we had about 127. We also went to Paipotong, a southern corridor. Nangama youth attended our program, 175. And then the second day was 193. Eastern corridor, Saifos Loras. And then, so when we do youth training, we also have partnerships that I've just highlighted. But most importantly, I'm going to focus more on UNEMISA because those 2 days. They even took it further. They also went back to Kagiso. They trained to be trained during that process. Just to show you, this is the training objective, which once you are finished with digital usage of Ifoniako, starting from the beginning. So these are the key aspects of the objective, and then using AI for your training going forward. We have a great code. He has promised to absorb about 20 students. They will be paying them stipend of 2.8 per month. So this is an opportunity that you also need to take. We will share our numbers once we, as Chairperson mentioned earlier, if you want to contact with the department in terms of this opportunity. And then we have another service provider, Africom, who now is training for 2 days to 3 days. These are the things that they are offering post training that department does. We also have Ifundi Mobile, now in a two-day training. So all these things we have done to make sure which, the youth are able to benefit for skills training and development. I've spoken about NEMISA. NA is part of those commitments that they've made. So they are going to be doing this training for all 5 corridors. We are going to be starting new financial year for the Youth Month. We'll be coming to your area again. So please make sure that you check our website, our social media campaign and so on. We'll be doing that campaign. So we are just showing how are we reaching the youth. We are using the media to reach you guys. We're using social media, radio stations and so on. We are just showing you the number of people that we touched in terms of that. This is the evidence of the areas that we visited during that process when we doing that campaign. Still an evidence. And then thank you very much.
Okay. Just before you get off the platform, do you want to tell them about the invite for the others? I know you touched on it briefly.
Yes.
But since we do have it on the agenda, I just thought maybe since you can just give them information since they are here.
Okay. So on the, we are going, for the Youth Month, we're going to have 5 youth expos. The first one is starting here in your area. Is obviously we're going to go back to Kagiso again. Is on the 3rd and the 4th. 3rd and the 4th. Is it 4th and the 5th? Oh, 4th and 5th of June. That's the first one that we're going to have. But this one is different. We are going to be doing what we call hackathon. Hackathon is where we are giving you a problem. We have, Gauteng province has identified 13 problems that we need to solve as a province. So those problems range from water crisis, from potholes, from unemployment. There are many of those problems. So we are going to lock you in a room up until the following day, the first day. No, it's a fact. We are going to lock you in the room. We are going to take 10, this one is going to be very selective. We want only 100 participants because you don't want a lot. So you want 100 participants. From that 100 participants, we're going to announce a winner the second day. And then the group that wins is going to compete with other corridors. Because you want one winner, a group A1 from each corridor, which is going to compete on the 1st of July. So we're going to go to all corridors I5 on different dates, but your area is on the 4th and the 5th. So that winner will go to Microsoft. We'll have a competition Microsoft on the 29th and the 30th of June. On the 1st, we announce the winner. And that group that wins is going to have an opportunity to be trained and absorbed at Microsoft. So it's a very good opportunity for you to be able to advance your skills. So, but we want people who are going to be providing solutions on ICT. We want youth to provide, to take in charge in terms of digital transformation in the country. So that is what we are going to be doing in terms of the campaign. So it's going to be on 5 corridors. We're starting with you here on the 4th and the 5th. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. And then let's get the last presentation on e-waste.
Good day again, Chairperson and honorable members and young people in the hall. Mine is just to deal with something very easy to all. Here there was a picture that I put here deliberately, but it's not in now, when they were putting all the slides together. I wanted you to see that picture where Mr. Kebokulu was talking about hackathon. To say what is it you can do with e-waste. E-waste, we talk about any electronic equipment that is no longer in use, or that looks old, that is broken, and very often some of them, we do have them in our households, and that refers to your televisions, your cell phones, any other, including fridges, micro ovens, and all that. That's e-waste. So basically, that's where we are. I wanted to show that picture to say, even with what looks like is old, even the keyboards of a computer, someone made a beautiful arts with them. The background to this particular process is a simple one. One is that we know that technology is expanding every time, and we've been talking about 4IR and artificial intelligence and all that. But what we know is that all these become old and they get broken, and somewhere they become dysfunctional. And basically, in the province currently, we don't have that coherent kind of a response to deal with e-waste that is being discarded or that is being thrown out, because we have to protect our environment. That's the most important thing. Environment is key. We have to protect our health as well, because in any computer, in TVs and all that, we have different hazardous chemicals in those equipment. You may have lead, you can have also mercury in those, and therefore it's important that we make sure that they don't go to the landfill, or you don't just throw it in the dustbin if you're at home. We need to have a way of throwing them to the right place. We need to have a way of managing them. And the other one is that we have a number of people who are collectors. Some of them we call reclaimers. They come on different days to collect and look at our dustbins, and they separate. They take out important equipments there. Those are collectors. We have also separators, researchers, and they don't have correct training in that. So that is why at the end of the day, these are the problem and the background that led us to something called e-waste conference. Because of all those problems that I made reference to, last year around the 9th to the 10th of October, we had a conference, a very important conference attended by experts, policymakers, industry leaders, community stakeholders, and the reclaimers themselves, even those collectors, they were also part of this. Basically, we're looking at how do we protect our environment? How do we create employment? How do we build knowledge out of this? And what technology solutions we can use to address the problems that we have with regard to e-waste. And out of that, we came up with these priorities that we're saying these are important, and these are the key priorities that we're going to start with immediately. But we have a 5-year strategy to deal with this e-waste. And basically the strategy starts from 2025 to 2030. That's our 5-year strategy. Basically one, we're saying we need to develop a live dashboard. The live dashboard will tell us, will give us information about every equipment. When it comes to you after you have purchased it, when it comes to you, and when it leaves your house. So basically we're saying from cradle until the last part of it, to say once you have removed it from your place, where is it and what has happened to its components. And the other part is saying we need to have deep strategic partnership, bringing all these partner stakeholders together. And the other one is saying we must now map out and publish all waste collection points and recycling points, so that wherever you are, I was just in this area, I was Googling to check where are the other areas where you can take your e-waste. And I realized that I picked up 2 in Kagiso. So I'm saying those are some of the areas to say, if you have equipment that is obsolete, where do you take it in this area? So those are some of the things that we started to look at to say, once we have this, we'll be having an application that will tell you what is the nearest buyback center wherever you are. And then you take it there, they will put it on scale, and then whatever the amount, they will give you what you are supposed to get. If you take it back to the buyback centers, they will wait for you, put it on scale, and then they will give you a certain amount of money. So you need to know where it is, and you are able to take it there. If you can't, you should be able to call them. So that is the application that we will be working with, but I'll talk more about it as well. And the issues of awareness campaigns, I'll talk about them as well, and also the trainings that we are going to have. So these are the priorities that we started to deal with, because we adopted our strategy last year, and then we started now to put funding for it to support the strategy. Now, as part of the skills development program, particularly focusing on e-waste, somewhere we call it green economy, and our MEC calls it the new mining area, because there are different job opportunities around there, which young people don't take them serious. Now, what we did from last year up to the end of March this year, we took the first group of 10 entrepreneurs, young people who wanted to be entrepreneurs. We picked them up, and then we advertised, and then we had to select them, and we selected 10 entrepreneurs who were trained around on e-waste. But the training that we give them is not just the training to deal with, to be a technician, but the training to say, how do I manage a business? How do I grow my business? How do I register the business? So we help all of them to register their businesses and to say, how do you manage it? But that training doesn't end up there. Our intention is we want to also to take them to another level now. After we have trained them, now we take them to another level of mentoring them for another period of 6 months. So that's what we're doing. So for the first time, we have now trained the first 10 SMMEs. Now, currently, on the 1st of April, we started with another group that we have also recruited through the social medias, and also even those important youth tech as well. We were sending out pamphlets at those youth techs to say, apply, here the opportunity, send your CV, send your required documentation, so that you can be part of that SMME or in other training session there. So this group has now started with the training in terms of entrepreneurship. And then the other one that we took another 30 around the corridors as well. This 30, we are training them to be technicians. So last year, we took another 30, they have completed. But we are not leaving them. We are going to place them now into different partners as well, so that they get real work experience where they are, in terms of, and so that they can understand exactly what are the technicalities that are involved, and they get a lot of experience in that. So the other part, in these ones, we've trained those 30, and we have another 30 now, that is, we are training as of now, who are being trained, also as technicians. Remember that technicians now, you should be able to fix if it's a laptop, if it's your iPhone, or whatever phone, or any other electronic equipment. And then that's how you start to make your business. So basically, out of the strategy, we want you to start moving from being a job seeker, but to be a job creator. That's the whole intention. And when you look at the other one now, the one on the partnerships, here we are now on the verge where in the month of June or July, we'll be establishing what is called e-waste Provincial Governance Committee. So this committee is made up of all government departments, municipalities, PROs, these are producer responsibility organizations. These are organizations that come in between the manufacturer and the consumer. You are the consumer. If you have Samsung phone, these are the people who will say they will collect the Samsung phone from you as the consumer on behalf of Samsung. So those are called producer responsibility organizations. So we'll be having them there so that they assist us in terms of providing training, coaching, and mentoring because they are experts in this particular field. And we have also the reclaimers, and also our partnership with the Innovation Hub is now going to be linked with what Ntate Kebekulu was talking about around the hackathons. Once you come with new ideas of how to solve problems in the green economy, the Innovation Hub comes in terms of developing your idea further so that we get the final product at the end of the day. And we'll be having also universities in this particular respect that will be working on with them as well. So we have now developed a partnership framework so that in that we don't duplicate the roles and responsibilities. But even the programs that we have programs but without having duplications in them. Now, on this slide here, I'm going to talk about the systems that we need. One is the one on the live dashboard. This one is going to be the system that is going to give us real-time information about the e-waste that we have in the province, what comes out of the province and what comes in, and what is being used. And at the same time, we'll be looking at the jobs, number of jobs that we are creating around e-waste. And we'll be having like real-time, up-to-date information to say, as we speak today, so many jobs have been created around e-waste. Besides that, we'll be able to provide reports as well to the national minister in this particular respect. And the other one that is also important is that we are working now on what is we call it audit form. This is a simple instrument that will tell us about what each department or government department has in terms of the number of equipments that are obsolete equipments. So we'll be using that so that we know what is the equipments that are there that are obsolete. And then we'll be able to guide in terms of the process that has to be followed with regard to how do you dispose them and what are the options in terms of disposal of those. The other one is the one now that deals with the trainee management system. All those that we have trained, we'll be having a database of all of them and we'll be tracing them in terms of their development. So what we do, we don't just train and leave them in the ledge. We don't leave you like that. No. We track them on annual basis to say how are they doing? Are they becoming successful in terms of where they are, in terms of the businesses that they are running? If not, what intervention is required to assist them to be successful in terms of entrepreneurship? Now, with regard to advocacy programs, already when you look at the first picture there where you see that young lady, this picture here, the lady that you see there is one of those who went through the Innovation Hub as well. And she competed there. They started making some roofs out of the e-waste. But beside that, she has now developed what is called Basadi Company, e-waste company. She's managing it now. She is sharing in this, it's one of the youth tech in Soshanguve MEC, where the MEC was also sharing when we're doing awareness around e-waste. She is basically sharing her experience and showing you how to disconnect, how to fix IT equipments. So she's sharing that kind of information with young people. And then on the second picture that you see there, though it's not that quite clear, we're here in Alexandra, and that shows the importance of partnerships. So here, people in Alexandra were encouraged to bring all their equipments to the PROs, the producer responsibility organizations, where they were bringing all whatever obsolete equipments, and out of that, then they were also reimbursed for bringing that equipment to the producer responsibility organizations. And out of that, basically, these producer responsibility organizations were taking them now to different places where they'll be able to to dismantle, to fix whatever they can, and to manage them in terms of the regulations. Now, basically some of the challenges, just shortly to share with you around this particular space, is that it's important that we have proper systems, we have proper infrastructure, and then we have financial support as well. And also we deal with the issues of solid waste and how do we protect the environment, because very often people prefer, particularly those who are informal reclaimers in the sector, they normally take, if it's a fridge, they take it and then they either drop it and then they take whatever and then leave the rest. Whatever plastics that are there that they don't need, then they leave it. And that is not the right way of doing it. And also dealing with the issues of health and environment and asset management. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. So that's on e-waste. That's all the presentations, just an update so that you know what opportunities there are in the department. I just want to check, we'll only take 5 questions if they are. Any questions on anything you've heard now before we start moving to the reports from yourselves? On the youth expos or on e-waste opportunities, is there something that you'd like to know? Don't be shy, because that's why we've called you here, so that you can be able to get as much information as possible. Okay, I see one hand there. All right, okay, and then there's another at the back. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning to the chairperson, the MEC, and the honorable members. My name is Pumelela Gumete, and I have a question based on the Youth Expo. First of all, I heard that our fellow, I forgot his name, but he said that there's a selection process to the people who are going to be in that Youth Expo, which is next week, I think. What is that process, and who qualifies to be in that hackathon thing?
All right, Basayo Mlanda, I think he went out. So once he comes in, then he'll be able to respond. But let's get the hand at the back.
Good day. My name is Wande Lenzele from Zarabacom. So my question for the Youth Expo. So I heard that Izoba Ekachis, right? So what then happens to the youth from where I come from, Zarabacom? Because hearing everything and all the opportunities that are given here, I feel as if we are one of a community that is always not considered, because we suffer the most. Not that they don't suffer the most, but in terms of like technology, we are farmers. We don't have support in that expert. And then as for the e-waste, we also have large space of land. So since we have abundance of land that we currently looking into developing, so how does then the government consider us? Because not all of us want skills. Some of us have skills, but those skills are not being, what can I say, helped in terms of ensuring that after we have gotten those skills, our business now becomes successful and we're able to maintain it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other hands? All right. So there's a lot of interest in the Youth Expo. Just to take you through, the first question is, how do they qualify to be able to attend the Youth Expo? And then the second one, I think you walked in when they were speaking about it. It speaks to both Youth Expo. Umamil? Always writing, okay. So the second question speaks to both e-waste and to the Youth Expo. Again, he stays in Zerbakom and he says a lot of the things do not come to their area. That when things come to West Rand, they go to Kagiso most of the time. So how do they make sure that those who are in other parts are able to have access to this expo that will be taking place. And then secondly, that for e-waste, they've got lots of land. I'm thinking buyback centers is something that you can assist with. How do we get them to be involved in that? As you know, that this area does need also a lot of transformation, and how do we get young people involved especially? So you can speak to that, but you can also speak further to it. So that was the second question. Let's get the third question that side.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Tepiso Mokoni from the Randfontein Parliamentary Constituency Office. I'm more or less going to highlight a few facts, also emphasizing on the fact of where the eGov highly identifies as youth, including in Kagiso, where I stay, besides the fact that I service Randfontein and the Randwest City. Kagiso, where I stay, just next to me, it's the Kagiso Hall. The very same training that was informed now, we only knew about it on the second day. The parliamentary office of that constituency didn't even know there was a training. So that alone says something a lot about what happens about the programs that go out for eGov. Secondly, I'm complaining because West Rand is a huge place. I think sometimes departments take for granted how big West Rand is. We also have rural places where today some of them are not even represented here. I think it's only Zerbekom, if I'm not lying, but they're not here. So when we do programs such as Youth Expo, I think it is proper to come for the department before they identify a place. They should come to us as stakeholders, sit down with us, find a proper place where we can make proper inputs on how we know we can accommodate each and every one. But at least places like your Forgeville, your Carltonville are mostly the most places that are not even attended to. We have mega projects that have just come up where people have been moved from other areas to your Dentlome, Dohe, Havel, Western Borwa, and all of that. We have multiple young people there that a training like the one in Kagiso Hall would not even scratch the surface. Another thing, the training of 1,000 youth that I just saw now, what I wanted to find out is how were they identified, or how will they be identified in terms of the ICT skills, and in terms of representation, is there any calculation on how it will be represented? Chairperson, one more thing. Can West Rand stop being linked with COJ? We have no problem with COJ. COJ is a region on its own. West Rand is a region on its own. Can we be identified as a standalone region and be treated as such, so that we are able to then properly service our young people in situations like this? Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is there any other hand, or all of you feel represented? Okay, I'm seeing one hand that side.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. My name is Mpoma Bege. I come for Ward 119, which is in the south. And my question is about the rollout of the information of the youth expos. How accessible is it, not only because of social media, because some of us don't have that access to social media. And the other thing is, in our ward, we don't have centers where we can take our e-waste and get more knowledge about e-waste. How can we be assisted according to that? And yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, just for clarity, you said you're from the south of?
South of Joburg, Lechurena, Ward 119.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Okay, so those were the questions. Can we get the department colleagues to respond?
Through you, Chair, if we can just allow, I think there was another last hand here, Chair.
Is there another hand?
This one. She
Oh,
kept on
okay.
raising her line. But then Ntate Qabekulu will help us with all the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all. My name is Ntando Siabonga Ngumbi, and I also come from Zerbakom. I'd like to It's more of a compliment than it is of a question, because when I came here and I was perusing through the agenda, I was really impressed with the e-management strategy implementation, and I was really interested to know more. So as the speaker was speaking, I was really encouraged that entrepreneurs are getting an opportunity to be developed that much and to have such a follow-up, because it's often whereby there's trainings and then the trainings become open-ended and there's no follow-up as to where the entrepreneurs are. So I'd like to compliment the people from the e-waste management, because also the strategy is open and it is developing entrepreneurs. So what I would like is for it to spread more to different regions and not to just be centered in one place, because with the buyback centers, I feel if they can be more spread out, then it would really save the environment and help us to be more green in how we manage our waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad we didn't miss your hand. Okay, let's get the next hand.
Hello, Chair. You're speaking to Mpo from Manseville. I wanted to ask about the Youth Expo, because I'm concerned about the youth, because there's youth from mainstream and from the special school. If you're saying you're going to select maybe 100 or 1,000, what about the school? What about the youth from the special schools? Are they also accommodated? Because nothing's being said about them. They are normally forgotten. They are not being accommodated in most of the programs.
Okay.
Because of they are from the special school. They don't have the senior matric certificate.
Thank you. That's a very good point. In fact, the department is struggling with that aspect. So that does help that you brought that through. Okay, let's get colleagues to respond. Let's get them to respond, and then if you're not, if you still have a follow-up, then we can take it. Ne? He might just respond to all your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. For the youth expos that I spoke about, that are going to be for hackathon, we have now beamed the dates, and the areas are on the screen. On the 4th to the 5th, I'm now speaking under correction because I did not have the timetable with me. It's going to be in Mogale City. Not here.
Okay. Whilst it's going up, please also indicate that the department does help to transport people.
Yes.
Especially for those who are worried with how do they access if they live far.
Next opinion. Thank you. And then the second one is at the CD Bank. It's for 2 days as well. It's going to be on the 11th of June up until the 12th. The third one is on the Central. No, we don't have venues at the moment. They're going to be communicated to you via our website and social media. We're also engaging with your community radio stations, where we are going to make sure that the adverts for these particular dates are also flighted as well. They're going to be aired on those particular community radio stations. So the next one will be on the 23rd to the 24th at Tshwane, and the last one will be at Egoruleni. So that's why I'm saying from this group, we are going to be targeting 100, 250 youth. Now, there is a question about the criteria. So I'm going to read for you the criteria for your selection. You must be a youth between 18 to 35 years old. I don't know who came up with 35 years, it's not me. So the youth has always been 18 and 35 in this country. You must be a permanent resident of Gauteng province. So this program is for Gauteng province. So we don't, so the only way we're gonna check if you are from the province, it means you must have your municipality account, or you go to your next nearest ward councillors, they give you that as part of your showcasing that you are from the province. You must register in the region you reside on. So you will be able to see that you are coming from that because of that particular registration from your confirmation from your ward councillor. You must hold a valid South African ID. We have seen much too much going all over the country, so we don't want those things in our program. We just want to make sure that South Africans, they benefit from this program. You must have a matric certificate. Grade 12 or equivalent. So what it means, if you say or equivalent, if you don't have matric, you must have you know those N6, N1. So we check all those, we are going to consider you for that. Now remember that if you go to a specific youth area or a region, you will have 700 or 1 million youth that are sitting out there that are not doing anything. We can't take all of you. We must have a criteria. Remember that what we are trying to do for this particular hackathon is people who already have a basic understanding of ICT. Because we only train you for about 3 or 4 hours. After that, you must have grasped all the new technology and all codes and information within 3 hours. Because we want you to provide us with a solution. So it's important that you have that minimum matric certificate. So people who are going to have an advantage are those that have an ICT related qualification or a certificate is an added advantage. If you have that will be assisted, you'll be able to get easily. And then prior experience in coding, robotic, IoT, or digital innovation is also an advantage. But it doesn't mean that you are not considered you if you don't have those. So as from today, we have launched our website where you are going to be registering, and then you put your application. It's live. I've just checked with my colleagues at the department. So you need to go there. I'm going to give you the address now. It's www.gauteng.gov, and then you look for eGov. eGov is E-G-O-V. So this is where you are going to get our website, and then you are able to register there. So we are going to work on first come, first served basis, and then we'll do that particular criteria, and then so we only need 100 to 150 people. So we also do transport. There's a lot of logistics that is involved. So people who are in West Rand in this area, we are going to be transporting them and bringing them into a venue which is going to be also available in the website. The venue is going to be confirmed today as well, so you will find it in your website. You will be provided with transport. You will be provided with sleeping, accommodation. You will be provided with food, and then you'll have your breakfast, lunch, and supper. And then during the process of your hacking, you'll be having tea breaks because it's going to be the whole night. In the morning, you take a shower, quick one. You continue to hack up until you give us a solution. So it's a 2-intensive program. So from there, we are going to then announce a group that is winning. So as you have seen that we have 5 corridors. From there, they are going to go back for another 2 days on the 30th and the 31st at Microsoft offices in Sentin. We are going to be locked there again for 2 days, up until you give us a solution on the problems that we have as a province. So that group is the one that is going to be having an opportunity to be given a chance to work at Microsoft in terms of training and internship. So I think in the main, those are the critical questions that came from the floor. Now, we also acknowledge that in terms of our communication mechanism, we might be lacking. We are not reaching all of you as you are alluding, but we are going to take that and take that to our drawing board and make sure that when we have a program of this nature, we are able to go as much as we can. But at the same time, we also have our own budgetary constraints, which are not your issue that much, but we are taking into account the things that you are mentioning. So I will also ask DDG ICT to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's the project, as you've heard. They're looking for particular skill sets here. But there are projects that are broader that you are looking into. Because I know we've spoken about this before, that not everybody will have IT experience. Other people are not even exposed to it, even from schools and so forth. So how do we get them to also be on board? So I think it's important, maybe just speak to it briefly, but then let's have you expand.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think just to overemphasize the point that this is the first phase, particularly targeting around the Youth Month, but we do have a number of activities throughout the financial year that will be focused on. We've also got training that looks at basic ICT training that is done through our skills program with partnerships with the NEMISA, your Net Campus, and a number of other stakeholders, which we are going to be taking it to the different regions again, or corridors, but also expanding on that. Braden, when he spoke about our program on e-waste. We are driving SMME development and entrepreneurship. However, there's a training component in collaboration with Department of Economic Development, and it then over and spills out to our collaboration with the municipalities. And this then looks at the districts, a level of the metro, but also at the local municipality. This then will also, in a way of communicating through the ward committees, the different councillors, making sure that the programs that we've got do reach the people on the ground, particularly the youth that is intended. We have programs like your digital ambassadors that are going through the different communities, promoting the programs that e-government and the provinces at large is trying to roll out. HOD, I think earlier on, he spoke about the municipality turnaround strategies that we are part of. this is in a way leveraging on already programs where you've got people on the ground through the IDPs and a number of activities that the municipalities engage with communities. We then use these programs to promote some of these activities. So definitely the ones that do not make it in this round of a hackathon, we would be looking at rolling out more hackathons through different partnerships. This one is in collaboration with Microsoft. We've got your telecoms that are coming on board. We've got your Vodacoms, all these partners that we are working with. So we will be making sure that we expand it, obviously working with the committee as well through the database, being cognizant of the POPIA Act as well on how do we reach the people that are attending this sitting so that really we are able to be visible in making sure that the young people that are deserving of these programs do get access to such. Engaging also with the different parliamentary offices in their communities. Thank you.
All right, let's go to e-waste.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And Chair, I think I'll make it more easier because with e-waste, the criteria is simple to participate there. It only wants commitment, discipline, and determination. That's all. We don't look at whether you have matric or not. You give us those things, commitment, discipline, then we're sorted. What I'm going to do, Chair, to make it more easier for you, I'm going to, immediately after this session, during lunchtime, I'll request to meet Ntando and Mpo and the young man, I forgot his name. I'll take their contact details so that I work out in terms of what are their needs and how do we support them as IGAV. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let me also just request okay, because your comms, does the department have a WhatsApp page that they can join, just so that they get regular updates? Yeah. But is it created? Is my question.
No, it's created, yeah. You also asked us to do it last time, so it's up and running. Yeah.
So let's just put it up. If Charlene, we can put it up so that they are able to join that. It just makes things flow a lot better and resolves your communication issues. Okay. All right. I think let's move on now. At least you've received quite a lot of information just as it pertains to those two programs. We're now going to receive the reports. Now this looks into the work that the department is doing on a daily basis for what we call the financial year. So we want to have a sense of what work have they achieved on, and also how have they spent the money that they are given. So let's move to item number 6, which is the fourth quarter performance report. HOD, sorry, MEC, you'll advise who'll take us through? Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kwena Mwale will be doing the
HOD,
presentation.
Can we take the three of them?
All
The
three?
quarterly report, the departmental presentation, and the responses.
So meaning MEC 6.1?
6.2 and 6.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, that's fine. I don't know, can we do it even differently, if you'd allow through you, MEC Chair? She can take us through 6.1, 6.2, 7.3, 7.1 and 7.3. We'll then be left with only the appropriation bill. If she can do all four, and deal with the two questions that you've outlined, is that or you want us to deal with item 6 for now, and go to 7 after? Are you fine?
Okay. That's fine. Yeah. All right. Members say it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. So 6.1, 6.2, 7.1, and 7.3. Then we'll just be left with 7.2.
I am just looking at the time. I know Charlene will be telling me very soon that they'll be closing at lunch. So I am trying to just be mindful, those who will be presenting, to be mindful of time, but that does not mean don't speak to the critical areas that we're looking into. Thanks.
day, everyone. Good day to all the members and all the key stakeholders that are present, and more especially to the youth that is with us today. I'll be taking you through the Q4 performance report of the department for the 25-26 financial year. Just go to, so with regards to the fourth quarter performance, during this quarter under review, our financial performance, we had expenditure of 63% applicable to the quarter and 97% year to date, and the projected budget for the quarter was just over 600 million, and the actual expenditure was 400.
Are you able to hear? You're not audible.
It's so small. Highlighting. Okay. So as I was indicating earlier, in terms of the projected budget for the quarter was 682 million, and the actual expenditure was 400 million. The department did not incur any fruitless, wasteful, or irregular expenditure during this period. And with regards to the non-financial performance, we had 38 targets that were applicable for the quarter. Of the 38, we achieved 32, and that constitutes to 84%. And we had 6 targets that were not achieved, which then constitutes to the 16% underachievement. And this underachievement related to our Program 1, which covers administration of the department, and Program 2, which covers our main mandate under ICT shared services. Under administration, the 4 indicators that we didn't achieve on related to payment of supply invoices within 15 days of receipt, the budget spent on companies owned by persons with disabilities, funded positions filled, as well as youth employed in the department. With regards to ICT, we did not achieve on 2 indicators that relate to sites provided with voice over integral protocol, as well as the Wi-Fi hotspots provided. I'll then expand a little bit on the reasons why those particular targets were not achieved and the interventions. So the 15-day payment was not achieved mainly due to delays in receiving supporting documents. So for each for this process, there is a specific turnaround time. And towards improving on delivering on that turnaround time, we have implemented a process in that end users are then required to then provide written explanations to the accounting officer as well as to the CFO, and issues of non-compliance that result from service providers, such as expired tax documents and documents that are not compliant with the service CSD reports, are also monitored on an ongoing basis. With regards to the budget spend on companies owned by persons with disabilities, we were having a lot of difficulty in this area because there's minimal response in this category, but we have been implementing outreach programs in the various programs where we are trying to attract qualifying companies owned by persons with disabilities so that they register on the CSD and then can then also participate in this program. With regards to funded positions filled, we were not able to reach our target of 90%, mainly due to the job evaluation process, which was underway, and we also are required to ensure that we confirm the budget availability before those vacant posts can then be advertised. So there were challenges around that area that delayed the process. Similarly, with regards to the percentage employment of youth in the department, the same process applies. And the intervention there is that we've already got posts that the job evaluation results were approved, and we have advertised 2 SMS positions that, and the closing date was end of 10th of April. So with regards to program 2 and sites provided with voice, we were not able to meet this target due to the low demand from client departments to migrate their sites onto this solution. And the department, however, has implemented a zero-rated calls mobility solution that was finalized in the month of January, and that will then enable a user to be able to make cost calls on a mobile network at a much reduced cost. Then with regards to the Wi-Fi hotspots as well, we were not able to achieve on our target, and this was mainly due to access. We were hindered due to access issues in some of the communities where we had to roll out, and also with regards to the late delivery of equipment. However, the department remains committed in ensuring that we roll out public Wi-Fi, and we'll be continuing in this initiative even in the 26-27 financial year. This slide is to also just indicate from a graphical perspective how the department has been performing in comparison to previous quarters. So as you note, in the 4th quarter, we were at 84%, which is the highest performance for the financial year. But if you compare to where we were last year, we were sitting at 63%. So we do note that there is significant improvement in this area. And also, we also would like to share, when we look at how we performed over the term as well, we are also noting that in the 23-24 financial year, 24-25 financial year, we were having, that was like our lowest performance, contributed to various factors, mainly around cost containing measures, and also other factors that affected delivery, but we are just noting that there is an improvement in the current financial year. We remain committed to ensuring that the department supports the national priorities, which are around building a capable and ethical development state, economic job transformation and job creation, as well as providing skills. So in the administration program, in terms of payment of supplies within 15 days, as I indicated, we were not able to achieve on this target. We were able to pay 82 suppliers within 15 days. And as I indicated here, that there is a requirement now going forward that users must provide reasons as to why payment was not done, documents were not provided in time. In terms of spend towards RFQs in township economy, we achieved a 69%. With regards to persons or companies owned by persons with disabilities, as I indicated, that we were not able to achieve on this target due to the non-responsiveness of in the spend category. But we have put efforts in place to ensure that we continue to grow and attract people to register on the CSD database. In terms of spend towards companies owned by women, we are at 73%. And then with regards to youth employed, our target was 25%, we were at 12%, also indicating that the job evaluation process hampered our efforts in this regard. But we continue to follow this process to ensure that we then advertise in the new financial year. With regards to women employed in SMS positions in the department, our target was 50%. We achieved 51%. With regards to persons with disabilities employed in the department, we achieved 5%. Youth place for experiential learning. As we indicated, one of the previous presenters was talking about the Net Campus partnership that we have. We've been able to support 158 youth in this regard, and we also have youth ambassadors that have been absorbed as well. We also have bursaries that were provided to 67 participants. In terms of evaluations as well, we conducted one evaluation during the quarter, and we achieved 99% on the digitized mandates from GPG departments, mainly through to the electronic content management system that has been put in place that ensures that departments are able then to submit their mandates on an online system. I'll move on to the second program, which is ICT. We achieved, and on the WAN target, where we rolled out to 44 sites. And with regards to LAN, we connected 30 sites. We've met our targets in that regard. With regards to sites provided with voice over internet protocol, as I indicated, we were not able to meet our target in this regard due to low client response. And then with regards to Wi-Fi as well, we were able to connect 15 sites. And this was mainly due to access issues that we had in the period under review. Moving to the component that deals with e-services that we've developed 7 e-services where we're noticing growing demand within GPG for e-services to be developed. And then with regards to e-services tested, we've tested 5 out of a target of 4. Open data sets published, we published 1. However, when we look cumulatively for the financial year, we've reached our target of 10 for the financial year. And then with regards to data analytics projects executed, we had a target of 3. We overachieved, we did 5, also due to demand. So in the next area with regards to the e-panic buttons that are downloaded. We slightly underachieved on this target, but when we look at how we've performed for the financial year, we've actually overachieved on our annual target of 35,000. Year to date, we had 66,000 users that downloaded this e-panic app. Moving to our ICT oversight area, with regards to standards, we have completed 1 standard. These standards and policies are to ensure that there is governance and that all users understand what is required and apply the same approach in the various policies or standards that are developed. Moving to the advocacy part of the work that we do, we have awareness campaigns that are conducted on digital services. These can be through social media and also face-to-face mechanisms. We also have conducted community and stakeholder liaison visits. We had one that we did in the period under review. The Youth Tech Expo, I think the previous presenter expanded on this. We had 3 that were done in the 4th quarter. Then we also have a research component that the department looks into, where we do primary research and as well as desktop research. And the information and trends that come out of these research assist the department to zoom in more into areas where improvement is required, and also just to understand what is happening in the ICT space. Then with regards to research and development workshops, we also completed a workshop around the e-waste program. Moving on to our skills area, we support previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs. Collectively for the financial year, we've supported 212. And with regards to the GPG staff that we have, we also provide them with online training as well, so that they are also not left behind as they continue to do their work and support the department. And with regards to the Action Lab skills program that we have, in the quarter we trained 4,810 people, which was an overachievement due to overwhelming positive response to training that was made available. I'll then go to our 3rd program, which is the Human Resource Services. Here we've conducted 5 advocacy workshops in the various education schools. We also rolled out the ESS modules to 12 schools as well. These modules enable one to apply for leave, to do performance management development, and we also trained 11 schools as well on the ESS modules as well, to ensure that they also are able to make use of the system effectively. In the department, we continue to monitor and evaluate the various interventions that are done. Moving now to the financial performance for the department. In terms of the quarter under review, we spent 63%, which was the 430 million that was spent. And year to date, as at the end of the financial year, we are sitting on 97% of the budget being spent. In terms of ICT services, areas where we had underspending, it was mainly due to the cash shortfall, predominantly caused by the amount of money spent of invoices that had been rendered through to the Department of Health and Education. And this resulted in a variation that was in place from 2021 until 2025. And there was also expenditure with regards to transfers and subsidies, for a grant that is provided for us to be able to implement the 4IR strategy that we have in place. In terms of capital, our expenditure was incurred on our two main areas with regards to CCTV cameras and also the Gauteng Provincial network, obsolete equipment that had to be replaced. In terms of how we are supporting our transformation targets, spend on companies owned by women, we achieved 73% spend. Spend on township, 69%. Then with regards to the 15-day payment, we have 3 categories. Payment within 10 days, within 15 days, and within 30 days. So this is just to indicate the split. And as I indicated earlier, that the department did not incur any fruitless or wasteful expenditure in the period under review. In terms of the questions and resolutions that came from the portfolio committee during the quarter, we received 9. Of the 9, we've responded to 8. The one was then, in terms of response, it was applicable to the new financial year, but all 8 have been responded to. And then in terms of the engagement that we do with the community, as previous presenters have indicated, that we have our Youth Tech Expo. I think this has been deliberated significantly already, but it covered the Western Corridor, Southern Corridor, and the Eastern Corridor. Then in terms of our Giodi initiative, we have a program on gender-based violence and femicide, where a program was conducted in the Tshwane area. And then with respect to the Auditor General request for information, we received 2 in the quarter. And with regards to the Public Service Commission request, we did not receive any. In terms of the human resource capacity of the department, we have, out of 870 posts, 720 of those were filled. And in terms of the acting positions, in the quarter we had 11, and terminations were 7. There were no new appointments in the quarter. But in terms of females that were in the MMS category, we have 47%, persons with disabilities 5%, and then youth 12%. I will then move to the section where we are responding to the questions that emanated from the 4th quarter performance report. So in terms of the questions that we received, the first question was around the employment of youth, noting that we did not achieve on this target. We were requested to provide a progress report on filling of vacant posts to date. And we are indicating that we have not yet proceeded with this, as there is a dependency on finalizing the job evaluation process first and confirmation of that available budget. However, we continue to engage with Provincial Treasury, and we will be providing progress as an ongoing basis as we continue in this new financial year. With regards to the connectivity to WAN sites, the committee wanted to find out what interventions we put in place, as they note the significant improvement in performance in comparison to the previous quarters. And we have provided a list of the sites that were connected. A number of them were hostels, clinics. And as a department, we put in place a focused intervention that is composed by various stakeholders, namely CETA, eGov, and the JV. And this intervention sessions has assisted us quite significantly in unblocking emerging issues. And this team meets quite regularly in the quarter as well as monthly. The third question was around the awareness campaigns that we do on digital services, asking about what the impact of these campaigns are. And we are indicating that for example, we've got the Matric app, which matrics are then able to access their results on. And we also make use of community radio and online media campaigns. And we are just indicating the reach thus far. But as the previous presenter indicated, that we continue to explore other areas where we can get this information out to the youth. In terms of the fourth question, around the Youth Tech Expo, the recommendation here was that we should explore partnerships with skills development centers focusing on ICT. And as a department, we're indicating that we do have partnerships in place with institutions such as NEMISA, Grey Code, and Microsoft that assist us in expanding ICT skills development initiatives for the youth. We also have an agreement in place with NetCampus as well to assist us with broadening and reaching more people. And the training also provides them with certification that will then assist in providing opportunities in other areas going forward. Question 5 was around the GPG staff trained. It was noted that there was underperformance in the previous quarter due to lower attendance. And in the fourth quarter, we have overachieved on this target. And we've started working with the Human Resource Development Committee. And we've issued out letters to the various HODs of the provincial departments to assist us in getting their staff members to identify relevant courses that they'd like to do, because we noted that perhaps it was a question of providing training that is relevant, that people are interested in. So we have undertaken that, and then we will be making these webinars and training sessions mandatory going forward. The next set of questions were questions that were emanating from the budget adjustment. The first question was around the supplier invoices paid, in noting that the department should devise a plan on how some of these challenges will be addressed in the new financial year. As we've indicated that we have a 3-day turnaround time that is put in place, where this process is monitored by Office of the CFO, and going beyond that, end users that are not compliant will then be escalated to the accounting officer to provide proper reasons. The intention of this is to ensure that we move away from having these challenges and address the core issue. And with regards to the non-compliance of service providers, we will be ensuring that that is also monitored so that we can contact suppliers and inform them to update the relevant documentation. With regards to spend on companies owned by persons with disability, also noting that we did not perform well in the financial year around this area, we are saying that in the new financial year we have concluded our procurement plan, and end users have identified the needs, and memorandums are being processed, which are then also accompanied by the specifications. And the team that is working in this area has been provided with a list of designated suppliers that are in this category to ensure that we procure with those people and ensure that there's also rotation as well. Then the third question was with regards to the ambassadors that are appointed, where we were required to provide information about the roles and responsibilities of these ambassadors. And we are indicating that these ambassadors are assisting us with implementing our 4IR strategy and skills development projects at large. In terms of the appointment approach, we had a first intake of ambassadors that were appointed in August of 2025, and their program runs for a period of 24 months. Then we'll have a second intake in June this financial year, which will also be running for a period of 24 months. And these appointments were achieved through the partnership that we have through the National Youth Service. And this partnership was identified to ensure that the ambassadors that we draw are from communities, specific communities, and that they have existing working relationships with NGOs across the Gauteng corridors. In terms of the roles and responsibilities, their responsibility is to advocate for the digital platform, the e-services that are published on that platform, and to also engage with community members on the uptake of these e-services. And in terms of the outcomes that we want to get out of this is to ensure that as part of us digitizing services, that we assist as well in ensuring people have got able to access the e-services that we are promoting. The question 4 was asking around the various targets that were not achieved that are mainly related to spend. And we are indicating that in terms of addressing this going forward, that we will ensure that we monitor the submission of documents and ensure that where we've got service providers that are non-compliant, we communicate with them, and that where end users are not compliant, they also provide written explanations. The 5th question was around the Gauteng Provincial Network, where the portfolio committee had conducted a visit, and there was great concern around the aging infrastructure. And the question wanted to find out, in addition to the MOU that we have with Innovation Hub, how will the newly integrated targets that we have be funded? So we are indicating that the department has committed to spend 241 million on new ICT and network infrastructure in this 26-27 financial year, and this includes the integrated targets. We are also indicating that yes, we are in partnership with Innovation Hub, and each party to this agreement is responsible to fund and implement the interventions that they're responsible for. Question 6 is also similar to the previous question, asking around the work streams with regards to the Innovation Hub collaboration. And we are indicating that we have finalized the memorandum of understanding with Innovation Hub, and we're indicating that in the agreement there are no financial implications, and that there is no expectation of financial relief from each party. The purpose of this agreement is to establish commitment between the two parties, promote development and access to ICT, connectivity, green economy, research, as well as e-services and skills development. So the work streams that are in place, they are purely mainly for collaboration and knowledge sharing. The 7th question was around the department envisioning to spend its budget in this current financial year, also noting that over the MTF the budget is declining, and that we should indicate how these newly targets relating to the partnership with the Innovation Hub would be funded, and as indicated earlier on, that through the memorandum of understanding. There are no financial implications. There is no expectation for financial relief from each party to the MOU. Then question 8, the portfolio committee noted that the target on CCTV cameras was not included in the 26-27 APP, and for us to provide details on how this target would be implemented and monitored going forward. And the department were indicating that there are no new camera installations planned for this financial year, hence it not being in the APP, taking into consideration that our role is to provide technology, and this particular indicator was dependent on client department request. Therefore, the department plans to maintain the existing infrastructure going forward. That then brings me to the end of the presentation.
Okay. HOD, I'm seeing your hand.
Yes, Chair, through you. So after this, then there's just only 7.2 that is left. Can we then ask the CFO just to do it? Then we know we are done with all the presentations.
Okay. I hope members are following. I know these presentations are quite long, but CFO?
Good afternoon, Chair, members, colleagues, the stakeholders. Also mine, I'm going to try and simplify, because my presentation is numbers. And so, let's try. It's moving. All right, it's showing. So my presentation will be broken into two. One, I will present the MTEF budget, which is the money that we have been allocated by Gauteng Provincial Treasury from 2026 to 2028-29. So it's a 3-year midterm budget. Also, I will then present on how we're going to split it. So quickly, Chair, the department has been given 1.8 billion rand in this current year, which is 26-27. The following year, you can see it's 1.6 billion, which is a bit, it's reducing a little bit. In 2028-29, it's also reducing. What is it that we should take here in this budget? If you look just above, there is compensation of employees. Compensation of employees, there is a steady increase, which it is good in terms of our employee issues internally within the department. But what is most important is that the goods and services, these are earmarked allocations. So it's things that we cannot change or do anything. So if the Treasury says you need to do one, there's elevated priorities, expansion of Wi-Fi hotspot, installation of CCTV cameras. That is what we need to do. That's our call. But what to take from other presentation that has been made, where this links, is the fact that if you look at elevated priorities, they are steady across. So the targets that you see around those issues, those are the targets that you're going to see in the next 3 years. And I think the committee should take note of that. Then if you look at the expansion of Wi-Fi, which talks to connectivity, again, the funding that we have been given, it's the same in the next 3 years, similarly to the installation of CCTV cameras. But then you come to the centralized item. Now, this is also a gist of the department, the network. If you look at the network, it's also got a steady decrease, which also will have an impact in the years to come. Because what it says we need to work with what we have. Also, it brings limitations in terms of the growth in this particular area. So, as it goes to private clouds. Now, to transfers and subsidies, also there's been a lot of presentation here about young people. This Dev Center is one of the projects that the department does where they get young people, train them, they get stipend. But if you look at it, in the current year, it's about 20 million, but as it goes in the next 2 years, it's declining. So what it means, even the numbers that we currently having, they will also decrease. But also what to take from this particular area, it is the issue around also, one may ask what are discretionary allocations. So these are the things like your bursaries, your rent, your rates and taxes that we pay to COJ. So that is how we have been allocated money by Treasury. And that this talks to the future of the department in terms of capability, what we can do. We'll have all the wish list and things that we want to do, but this actually is the one that determines how much can we do. And I think in the last presentation, Chair, we did present that we have done an assessment as a department, and we have seen as a department that the department is underfunded. The same assessment was done by Treasury, and the results were the same. So I will go then to the split. This is just graphs that shows exactly what I said, where is growth, where is decrease. So I'll sharply go to section 40. So in section 40, this is where we show how will this money be split per program and per quarter. So if we go to the next slide, we've got 3 programs within our department, which is the administration, the core, which is ICT shared services, the HR and transversal services. And as you can see from the original appropriation, that most of the money or the chunk of the figures goes to ICT shared services because that is our core. But then what we show in the next few slides, we show per program. Out of this 1.8 billion, 292 million rands goes to program 1, which talks to compensation of employees, goods and services, transfers and subsidies, payments for capital assets. And then we spread it across to say, how are we going to spend that 292 from quarter 1 to quarter 4. And we go to the next program, which is, it's the 1.4 billion, which relates to the ICT shared services. And then if you can look at from quarter 1 to quarter 4, we are stipulating exactly how much will be spent in each quarter. Then we move to the third one program, which is HR transversal services. It's 144 million that will be spent there, and we spread it across as per as per that particular program. From quarter 1 up to quarter 4, we have broken it down how much we're going to spend. This is also what we use to actually manage our performance, to see our spending. And it also guides us when it comes to spending, so that we know in each quarter we meet the 25% that is set for us to meet. So I tried to be specific to the issue rather than reading the numbers. Thank you, because I knew I'm standing between you and lunch.
Thank you. Okay. All right, colleagues, those are the presentations that we have received. I want to get if there's any comments or questions that you'd like to make on your side. Okay. Member Waters, Member Sun. Right? Okay. Member Miso. Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chair. Okay.
Yeah, we'll start that side. Okay,
Yes,
Member
ma'am.
Waters?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations, everybody. I couldn't open the last presentation, Chair. I don't know if anyone else could, had difficulties, but I couldn't open it. I wonder if you could just call it up again and go to slide 1, please. If you don't mind, thank you.
Can we just request to please get the presentations, also the other one that was locked? If we can please get those presentations.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, just looking at this, it reads like a horror story. The fact that we're having, in real terms, a reduction in budget over the MTF period, but also if you take inflation into account, it's a double whammy. I mean, it really is shocking. And you said that the compensation of employees goes up and it's a good thing. I'm saying it's a bad thing, because what it shows is that the cost of the employees is taking a bigger and bigger chunk out of the budget, and there's less for core work to be done, as in the expansion of the network. So I'm deeply concerned about that. Then there's elevated priorities. I mean, the expansion of Wi-Fi hotspots ought to be a top priority for the department and the government of Gauteng, quite frankly. And a mere 12 million rand has been allocated over for each year. 12 million. I mean, it's pathetic, actually. It's actually pathetic. And then underneath that, nearly double the amount is spent on CCTV cameras, which is not our core mandate. It's the Department, again, of Community Safety's job, not our mandate to install CCTV cameras and purchase them and install them. And that just, by the way, if I may, to the other presentation while I've got this up, I mean, we've spent 124 million so far on CCTV cameras, and a quarter of them are not working, according to your reply, MEC, and thank you for the honesty in the reply. But a quarter is not working. So, I mean, are we still the custodians of these cameras once they're installed? Do we have to protect them? And do we have to maintain them? Or is that the Department of Community Safety's job? Because, I mean, this 21 million could be used for the expansion of the Wi-Fi hotspots. Okay, and then you talked about, you mentioned, you told the Department of Finance that the department was underfunded. How much did you ask for and how much did you get? If we can get some clarity, what is the underfunding in your estimation? And then you also talked about other costs such as bursaries. I don't know why we're still giving bursaries out when we don't have money, but that's something else we can talk about. Rates and taxes. I mean, we're talking about the Fox Street building that no one uses. Are we still paying taxes, rates on that? I mean, no one goes to work there. Mainly 90% of the department works from home. There's still no oversight as to how people are working and what productivity they're doing from home. So it is a deep concern that this, Chair, that this department is not only underfunded, but people are still working from home on a large scale. COVID's come long and gone, and people should be in the office working and being monitored, quite frankly. Then just on the first presentation, Chair, or the first three presentations, we've talked about the CCTV cameras. On slide 61, there was a sentence that said about goods and services paid on behalf of the Department of Health and Education. I take it we haven't received that money back. That's why it was highlighted. How much was that amount that we paid for goods and services on behalf of health and education? Then on slide 80, to do with question, I think it was question 3, the reply. The National Youth Service. Can you please explain what that is? And who's the custodian of the National Youth Service? Which department? How were these 75 individuals chosen? What is the cost to have these ambassadors going around the province to promote whatever they're promoting? And who's monitoring them to make sure that they're actually doing their job? If we can get clarity on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Son.
Thank you, Chairperson. MEC, through you, the presentation was a little bit confusing for me just on the one aspect. So I'm going back to the report where the programs, if I could refer you to the page number, at page 20, it says the number of CCTV cameras accessed through partnerships. And then it goes down to say output indicator number of CCTV cameras deployed. But then on the same breath in the budget, I see that payment for capital asset is no. So can you please perhaps explain to us that the department not spend any monies on something of its own program? And that is certainly very nice. But again, I think to echo what Member Waters was saying, that what happens to these CCTV cameras that we want to not spend monies on if we didn't spend that money? And number 2, what is the control and management of these assets that does not fall under the department? Then the second question, Chairperson, is the Wi-Fi hotspots, also on page 20. I note that there was a underachievement due to the community and access issues to sites. Can you please maybe also clarify for us, MEC, was there any construction mafias involved or any of similar situation? It is a very serious issue because every time the government wants to implement a project on the ground, we are encountering forces that does not want us to implement, and that inevitably delays service delivery to the residents. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Member Miso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, my first concern is with the non-spending on the disability of the department. I will raise this until the department get to understand how crucial and how important it is to absorb and to empower people with disability. And myself and yourself and the Honorable, the chairperson there at the corner from Okpol, will sing this song until we are heard by these officials, because it's just a pure denial of wanting to empower people living with disability. we are going to raise this concern until you listen to us, because by now you have no reason not to empower those. We are not going to take any reason. We are not taking any apology, MEC, as to why are the people of living with disability are still not being catered in this department. Number two, we want to appreciate the empowerment, the 73% empowerment of women. However, we want to request that can we be finished with the list so that we can then get to see if those women are regionalized or they are centered somewhere. We need to know, are they from, we have 5 regions as a province. Are those women empowered from the entire region as the province, as far as the province is concerned? Number two, we want to appreciate the programs, the educational programs that are going on in the department. However, we would like to understand the impact that is making in terms of after you have you went for the programs, how many does the department absorb? Or you just go and do the program and then after that everything is went back to square one? MEC, we just want to know the outcomes of those programs that we are doing throughout the corridors. And most importantly, of a concern, MEC, you see, Chairperson, we are community members before we became honorable members. And I want to believe what the communities faces, we are also facing, and we are witnesses of such things that this department is supposed to be responding to, and yet quarter to quarter they are failing to render those services. We speak of e-panic button. We have areas of Eguatema. We want to understand the alignment of through SAPS and the emergency. What is the alignment? Is the panic button complement each other? Because what we are finding on the ground is that they will use, yes, they've downloaded some of them, but they will use, but there's no service that is coming on time, and sometimes they don't even pitch. So I have long questions, but for the sake of time, and we also invited the stakeholders, we want them to be part of these discussions. I want to pose the chair and the chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Mewe?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the presentations from the department. Let me also congratulate the department for the youth expos that were held in the previous term, MEC. I think those were very informative, and I'm aware that there are young people that attended and they're progressing very well, and they're able also to share information with other young people that are unemployed, so that most of them will be able to actually grab the opportunity. But I just want to go back to one issue that has been raised by Honorable Ms. One. We recently held, as this other committee called OCPOL, the roundtable discussion for people living with disabilities. How far are you with the implementation of the resolution, including the plans, obviously, if you have not even implemented, because we just did it now in March, but we would love that when other departments or portfolio committees are dealing with issues, you take those issues very, very seriously, because in our province, people with disabilities are not being considered effectively. And I also know that the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature adopted a school of, I think it's a deaf, in Katlehong, which, yeah, is a specialized school. So that even if you can follow that, if you can't find them in the streets of Gauteng, at least there is a school, and you can even, you know, include what Multi-Party Women's Caucus is able to do. Because for me, I think if we're failing on geodefectors, why do we need to still continue as the department? Because I know that in many instances, people living with disabilities, they're complaining about not being able to access services of government because of lack of skills, lack of information, and knowledge. On the budget, I'm not surprised that Treasury is giving you this amount that they're giving, because if you're unable to spend what you have, why must they give you more money? In as much as I'm aware that there are limited resources, every department is complaining about not being funded properly. But I think being funded must also go hand in hand with performance. Continue to ensure that we roll out Wi-Fi, and also, yeah, I think on the issue of the CCTV that have been installed, I also want to know as to whether after installation, it is still our problem or problem of community safety, so that we must make it a point that even those that have been installed, they work and so forth and so on. I fully don't agree with Honorable Walters on the issue of that, yeah, that you must not offer bursaries, continue offering bursaries. Our young kids, even those that are here, they need those bursaries. All what we need to do, whether we perform or not perform, but we can perform through these young people that are here, continue doing so, but also including the skills training. You know, yesterday I met about 12 young people. I was helping the ward councillor in another area because of the smart meters that are going to be put by ESCOM. So we, you know, with communication and yesterday, and I found them sitting in a corner. I said, but you know about NEMISA, they knew nothing about them. So you must wait for those 12 young people, they're going to enroll, because I borrowed them my gadget to actually access information and so forth. Even the information that they're presenting today, I'm going to go back to them and give them information, because without training, there's no way. And for me, whether other people are criticizing you about everything and anything, but with skills training, I'm going to give my support and my utmost support for our young people, because I know that I'm young at heart. But I can assure you, when I was young, if I had this information, I'm telling you, I was going to use it to the advantage of our South African citizens. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, Member Gentile.
No, thank you so much, Chair, and good day to yourself, the honourable members, MEC, and the team that you are leading, and all stakeholders. Chair, maybe first let's start by really congratulating the department on the Youth Expos, and I think I must follow on what Member Mekwe and other members as well had spoken to. I think for me, MEC, these were not just youth expos. To a certain extent, I think one can agree that they have been impactful, and we must really congratulate you on that. And also because Gauteng is a relatively young province. So for me, this is a heads up, because it then means over and above just the grade 12 issue, which I may have a problem with, that generally anyone who is in Gauteng is tech savvy. Even someone who is 50 or rather 60 years who's relatively young, like Member Mekwe, knows how to use a phone, knows how to interact with technology generally. So, and I think if we were to position ourselves as a province that is digitally or rather tech savvy, then we must not just look at grade 12, because for me, literacy must be our sort of reference as and when we source people, because grade 12 is an entry requirement, but I think generally in the province we have a lot of people who are literate, who would then understand in terms of the general usage of technology. And in any case, your typical hustlers, people that you are seeing who are using technology more, abantu basekasi, abantu abazaziyo lezi zinto, uthola ukuthi abanawo grade 12, and I think if you don't empower them on the basis that they don't have grade 12, it may be a problem. And I think it's something that you must look into as a department as part of your empowerment programs. And I think maybe the challenge MEC and HOD would be sometimes you partner with people who would want this grade 12 as a requirement, but maybe you may have to conceptualize as a department into looking overall in the province in terms of young people who are interested in these programs. But also to appreciate, I think, the issue of the e-waste, and I think the conference that would have set, for me, it sets tone, because previously in the reports we were not seeing the e-waste coming up. So for me, I think this is very important in a province, and I think I raised this in a conference that you invited to us, in a province where a lot of electronic dumping is done, whether it's from China, whether it's compliant, right, or whatever, but I think one must really appreciate the work. But let's take it to municipalities, because provinces, or rather a province does not exist without municipalities, and I think municipalities must then be at the center stage, and if you must then play a coordinating role, that must then happen. Must also appreciate the improvements on the report, on the township spend, MEC and HOD, and that of the youth. But I'm concerned that where you would have performed MEC previously, you then underperform in the overall annual performance. For an example, on the paying on time of suppliers, I know that previously you were doing very well, but now there is then, you know, that challenge. I must raise my concerns about the overall underperformance, because if you are to look at it in terms of percentages and in terms of what you set yourselves, program 1, program 2, of course there are different activities where you would perform, but if you are to look at it overall, it becomes a problem. And one really would want to check, over and above the budget issues that I think we have been lamenting on, what are the real challenges, such that the committee must then be able to assist as part of its oversight work. I think we have raised issues of time previously, you've raised a lot of, but what are the real challenges if you are to look at it, because this is an annual report, am I correct, Chair? Quarter, okay, yeah. So quarter 4, yeah. Quarter 4, but if one would be interested, or rather, maybe the question would be overall in terms of the annual, because if this is quarter 4, you have now a foresight in terms of your annual overall performance. What are we looking at? And where are the challenges, and how do we then assist you to even improve? But also, very importantly, what are the plans in place? I know that in the previous engagement we've had with yourselves, MEC, you would have given us some of the plans that you had in place. I think we have seen improvements in some areas, though there have not been improvements in others. But what are the overall plans in terms of really increasing your performance in terms of the targets that you have set yourselves? And I want to speak to the budget, CFO, and to a certain extent, and it's quite very worrisome, whether you spend or you don't spend. I think we've been very sharp, Chair, on raising that the department is under budgeted. And one would have assumed that even on the allocations by Treasury, there would be that particular consideration. We would have raised HOD the issue of partnerships previously. And I'm saying maybe they may not be monetary in value, but they would assist some of the burden that you have in terms of the services that are then directly linked into your spend. Are we getting any sense of partners that would assist us, even if it's not monetary, but they would then assist us in terms of our spend, in terms of the services that they would then bring, that the department is providing? I raise this also, Chair, from ourselves, from an oversight point of view, because it's us who approve these budgets. And when they are decreasing and there is an increasing need that we are aware of, it becomes quite a serious challenge in terms of the oversight. And I think we must really look at different ways of really raising a challenge around the big mandate of the department and its inability to deliver, where, particularly because of budget constraints. Let's leave other issues of not performing. Of course, they are there and they must be considerate. We must be considerate of them. But I think we must really, really dive very deep on raising issues of the underperformance, and let's guide the program for the department really to assist them to perform. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks, colleagues, and we're going to go to the members, our stakeholders, but I just want to ask a few questions. And let me begin by thanking the work on the e-waste, and I think colleagues have indicated that it's very good to see this work come up more, especially because it's an area where you can increase youth participation. It does not require specialized skills, so anybody can be able to go into this area. So as much as we're going big on the youth expos, MEC, if we can see e-waste also, so these two should pair with each other. For those who have IT skills, who can be able to move more, that you can focus on within the IT stream, and then for those with e-waste, I think it's an area that we need to really expand on, particularly because we know that Gauteng currently has the highest waste that is created, and there are many reasons why we really need to move that direction. So I think if we can see more of this, it would be really good. So members have spoken about the budget decrease, and of course we know that it's ourselves who deal with the budgets and approvals in the legislature. My concern, however, and I think this has been mentioned by members, just to get an understanding of the compensation of employees. So when the budget decreases in terms of the work that the department must do, yet there's an increase on the compensation, can we just get a sense on, is this based on new posts, salary escalations? What would increase it? And is this in any way, does it complement service delivery? Because then the argument would be, if you have lesser to spend on actual work, can we justify having more individuals? So maybe if we just can get the thinking around that, and as I indicated, it could be new posts, it could be salary escalations and so forth. So if we could just get a sense around that, and how then this logic is in line with the structure that we spoke about earlier. And then on the CCTV cameras, this is going to be your Achilles heel. And I think this committee has mentioned it many times. I worry when I see these. We've also picked up as a committee that your CCTV camera targets has been removed from the APP. But it's not removed on the budget. Now, the question is, how are you going to account on this? Because if you're removing it from the APP, but it still remains a very high cost on the budget. So maybe you can just make us understand why that is the case. And we certainly are hoping that it's not being removed from our eyes simply because we've raised concern about it, but you continue to do the work. I hope that's not the case. So if we could get clarity just with regards to that. And of course, it is a major concern for us that your Wi-Fi spend, we're sitting here with young people, members of communities who want Wi-Fi within their communities. they need Wi-Fi within their communities. When you talk about people who want to create jobs, who want to seek jobs and so forth, that expenditure of 12 million is very little for the impact that we ought to have on the ground. And then we spend double that on the CCTV cameras on an area that should be in another department. It's very concerning. So we will press you on this one because we have to pay the due diligence. And as we say, in the environment that we're in now, it's in your best interest that we're cautioning you and raising this with yourself. So maybe if we could get just some sense in terms of these CCTV cameras and their continuous presence, or non-presence in the APP, but presence in the budget. And then just on the, I think it's page 9 of the executive summary. I'm holding this sheet. I just want some clarity. I think this is this one, if you can see it. On the page 9. I just wanted to have an understanding if this is indeed correct, that for 2024-2025, for quarter 4, is it 63% or is it 84%? Just so that we can get a sense, because it would appear that you have reversed your numbers. So it's supposed to be 2025, 2026, 63%, and 2024, 2025, 84%. Is it the other way around? Okay, all right. Because, okay, so that relieves me, thank you. I think if that one is clarified, I'll then ask if we can have members, if there's anybody in the house who's got any questions that you'd like to raise, and then we'll hand over to the department. Okay. All right, let's go straight. MEC, you'll advise if there's any you want to take, and then you'll hand over to your team.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to honorable members for questions that you've asked to us. I think we welcome it as the department, and I'm happy I'm here with the team. They will have to earn their salaries by answering sincerely. I will not deal specifically with matters before I give to HOD. I'll just deal with the overall things that the concerns that some of you members are raising are concerns that we have. Hence, as a department, we've started a serious process, which I think it was highlighted in the delivery model of what are the things that we really want to do. Because when you look at this department and its structure and the personnel, it's not fit for purpose. The 800 and something people that are in that department, what are they doing? They are working from home, doing what? Those are the issues that we are really dealing with. The issues of the decline of our budget in the MTDF, it also worrying to us because we've been given this mandate, but we don't get the necessary funding. I don't want to go into specifics, but I want the members just to appreciate that. It's not an excuse for me, but the support we're getting from you as the portfolio committee, even the issues of CCTV cameras and the e-panic button. I'm even aware that there is a meeting that is taking place between ourselves and the Department of Safety and Security. So the things that are not core, they must be moved away from us. Like for instance, the issues of e-panic, member MISO. When we arrived, it was a pilot, and the respondents were your private security and private ambulances. With the introduction of the GIR, where we are involving municipalities and so forth, we've been able to onboard your Johannesburg Metropolis, your Guruleni Metropolis, so that when you get a response as a resident, it does not generate invoice, and who must pay for that, because that's where some of our problems we're lying. But I think HOD, in your salary with your guys, go to specifics and answer the questions.
Thank you very much, MEC and Chair. Chair, I just want to deal with 5 issues, and then I'm going to ask the teams just to lay out the basis of what we were seeking to do on the presentations, and just perhaps clarify some of the issues without speaking to specific responses to the members. I think the rest of the colleagues can do so. But maybe just to start off, I think on the issue of performance, I think let's clarify. I think the slide that we presented, or there's a slide that, I think slide 9, that then speaks to the summary. So for quarter 4, in 2025-26, we ended the quarter 4 with 84%, compared to the previous financial year, which is at 63%. For the overall year, it led us to 78% on an annual outcome. So, which is definitely compared to the previous financial year where we are sitting at 51%. So there is that increase of almost, what, is it 17 or so, 21% or so. So that's just to clarify that. The bulk of it, and I think I note Member Gentile's worry and concern on where we would have decreased, but I think the focus this time around, and if you can look at the details, it's on the core business. So we increased on the core. The core in terms of LEN, in terms of when. Yes, we did not do well in terms of WEP, and we battled still in relation to the other aspects. But I think in terms of the core of the department, I think we're there, that's a huge improvement. Therefore, to the extent that in the current financial year, the team and the work that they've done, we are certainly using the mechanisms that we've developed since last year to get into that. And we believe that we should be at a point where by the end of the financial year, we can have an increment, even though we are giving ourselves at least 10% improvement, but we believe that it's possible. So I think in the overall, I think there's a huge performance, and there's a huge improvement, and I do think that we definitely do have to give to the team. They've worked really tirelessly to get these numbers. I think they don't sleep much. Chair, just to share with you, it has been our biggest concern, so we really were trying our best to improve on that, and I think the team will go into the other details. The second aspect I just wanted to speak to is the issue of the compensation of employees. Now, yearly, this is the number that is calculated by Treasury. It's not even calculated by us. So what we would ordinarily do, what Treasury would ask would be, what is the head count of the staff in the department? And they will then run their calculation or their modeling. What is involved in that amount is largely the statutory increases based on what the agreement with DPSA and organized labor would be. So usually that's how. So you are bound to see compensation of employees increasing every single year. So that's not controlled by us, but what we do as the department is to provide the information and for Treasury to help us. But equally, second aspect that contributes to the increase is the recruitment plan. So we also equally submit the recruitment plan. So you'd know that the department does not have an approved organizational structure, but what we do have a temporary organizational structure, which we then use that to be able to plan which posts must be prioritized. And there is a measure that has been put in place by the provincial government through GPT that says every time we want to advertise, we have to ask for permission. So they've centralized, so all vacancies have now been centralized in GPT. And as and when we have to go out and advertise a position, then they will then give us permission. So now, for an example, we've gone out on core business portfolios like your DDG, ICT, your CFO, and we're about to go out on CRO with, I think, also Director and Office of the HOD. So those become, so Treasury would have to give us that budget. So it's largely quite controlled type of an environment. But the service delivery makes a case in point around the fact that the current structure does not speak to the delivery model of what we want to achieve. So I'm not going to say you will not see an increase in terms of compensation. But what I would want to share is that there's a need for us to insource the skills that we need for ICT so that we stop going out to consultants as a matter of principle. Now, that will require money, that will require resources, and that's a business case that we are working on as part of that entire SDM to say, let's develop the service delivery model. Once it's finalized, we will then use the model, because as we say, structure follows strategy. So you then use that to then develop a proper strategy on compensation to say, how do we then source your proper business developers so that you don't always rely on other people, but equally have the necessary skills of people so that we can become the go-to people in terms of technology on behalf of the province and of course, yes, within the municipalities as well. So that's really what we seek to do there. So I thought, let me just equally just clarify that. And maybe even in the similar sense, and I think CFO will come in, or maybe let me deal with it differently. So the third issue is the CCTV cameras. And also I'll try and clarify this as well as what's sitting there in the budget. So the third aspect is on CCTV cameras. So CCTV cameras, we are implementing the technology, infrastructure technology on CCTV cameras on behalf of our client, which is community safety. We had a target which was implemented over a three-phased plan that concluded, I think even way before, by end of December, so we're done with the 960 cameras, which we also reported on or even responded on the questions. Now so to date, in 2026-27 financial year, we've not received new requests or new requirements. So the amount that you are seeing on the body of the budget, it is an amount that has been tabled or have been placed there by Treasury as they looked at our request and used to say, and said, based on the 960, you then want to put it, there's a model that they would also equally use to say, you will then potentially have, not necessarily vandalism, but where you may need to maintain certain cameras. Maybe something goes off or what. So that budget there, it's largely for maintenance. It's not for new. The new, DCS says they want to go out on a triple P. So we are waiting for a process for them to guide and to go on. They need more cameras. So what is there, what we have visibility on, even through the work and the partnership that we've done with Vumakem, does not even come close to what the province actually needs. So we are not yet, and that's the reason why it is not there on the APP. We don't have a target for this current financial year on CCTV cameras. The budget that is there, it's solely for maintaining those where there could be damages and where we may need to clean up. So, and that KPI is sitting under operational plan, not sitting in the APP. So that's why you don't see it there. So it's just large, and we can account for it, Chair, certainly. And it's not because we've removed it because we are scared to account. We can definitely account for that. In terms of the Wi-Fi, similarly, in terms of, so the Wi-Fi, it's just unfortunate because Wi-Fi, the amount that is placed is also not our control. So, CFO, if you can place the budget, just go to the budget and let's just show what, yes, just place that item there. Including the Wi-Fi, it is not our amount that we would have asked for. So we've asked for 1.5 billion. In fact, we're sitting at around 3 billion in terms of what we submitted to Treasury at the start when we went through the budget process through the PBC. And they only allowed us the amount of that 1.8 or so that we've received, or just under 1.9. We've pleaded, we've shown that we've been under budgeted as a department. We have provided business cases, we've provided evidence, but on the basis that the fiscus, it is not fully where it ought to be, we could only receive that we could explain. But on that budget, there is an amount and there's a line item that speaks about an additional 200 to almost 300 million. 299 million. So in there, that's where the entire GBN, most of the cost of the GBN sits. So if you'll then see, then we're also given a discretionary amount. Yeah, there's that allocation of that discretionary allocation. So it's through the discretionary allocation where we then space and put in our core. But we can't move, and I raised this with the CFO. So that expansion of Wi-Fi hotspots, installation of CCTV cameras, it is a discretion of GPT based on the elevated priorities that is stated under the State of the Province address. So based on that, they will then allow a certain amount. But in terms of the core, under the GPN, that's the entire package that then looks at the entire Wi-Fi, including the various hotspots and the work that needs to be done. So 12 million, it is not the actual cost of what we then spend on that. So I think we can then spend time and just go through that entire budget. Maybe the last issue, MEC, I would maybe just to speak to, and I know you would have raised this, is the issue around the office accommodation. That we are as a department certainly not working, in fact, we are working on bringing back the entire staff complement back into the department. We have issued communication, and we are engaging with organized labor as well, to say it cannot be, it's not normal for the majority of our staff to be working at home. And equally, we have a responsibility to ensure that together with the DID, which is then given the responsibility on ensuring that the buildings are safe and secure, and we comply to the OHS, and that's the process that they're currently undertaking. So we are meeting with, or we met with organized labor on Friday. We are meeting with organized labor next week. Yesterday we spoke to DID, and they are happy to partake and do a walkabout and help us to ensure that there is full compliance on the OHS, and we make sure that the building is safe for our staff. So we are definitely taking that into our priority members, or member waters to begin with. So, but let me start with CFO. Maybe CFO, if you can help us with those finance reports, and I think I'll also ask the other colleagues. And maybe just the last issue, just to confirm, senior managers have all been withdrawn from home. They are all working from the office. We need to get the office ready, since the 4th of May, we've started just to come back, and we are all working from the office as a matter of which is just standard and mandatory for all of them, and in some areas with their support staff. Thank you. CFO?
Okay. CFO, just before you come in, because we are on the budget, there's a follow-up question that I want you just to respond to as you come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, HOD. I just need clarity on the CCTV cameras, because maybe I misunderstood, right? You said we are the implementing agent, and we implement technology on behalf of a client, which is community safety, right? If they are the client, then if we install cameras, do not hand them over to them for them to look after.
We did, and we have.
No, but then you've talked about maintenance of cameras. So if it's there, if the cameras are theirs, you've handed them back to them, why are we spending money on maintenance? That's the one thing, right? And if we are spending money, are we billing then community safety to pay for that maintenance? Because it's not ours anymore, it's theirs. You've just admitted that, right? Then the other thing is, you said there's no new requests for CCTV cameras, yet 21 million is allocated. If you call the slide up again, you keep disappearing the slide, and it's under elevated priorities. Elevated priorities.
Sorry, can we have the slides up?
Yeah.
Is it the guys at the back?
But there's no new requests for it, but it's an elevated priority. I mean, what should be an elevated priority is the expansion of the GPN network, quite frankly. And okay, you've got Wi-Fi, but LAN and WAN should be elevated priorities. So if there's no new requests, if we do not have to maintain something that doesn't belong to us, why is it then an elevated priority in this budget? There's contradictions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Member
CFO,
Waters.
if you can just come in, because I think the problem is that on your budget, it's written as installation. It doesn't say maintenance of CCTV cameras. So that's where the problem, because if it's installation, it means it's new cameras, and these are built 2027, 2026, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29. So it's progressing through time. The assumption it creates is that these are new cameras that are being installed. So maybe it could be a typo, I don't know, because that's what you're indicating. That would need to be corrected, because it's currently misleading from the way that we're reading it. And maybe also because you're indicating that the 12 million is that included in the GPN? That's 619 million. Is that part of that amount, or is it an addition of? Again, it's not clear.
Yeah.
Because you've got the same budget item that's written twice, which is quite confusing to be able to read it. So I think there's just some clarities, because in the manner that it's presented, I think you'd understand where the ambiguity and the confusion would come from.
No, thank you, Chair, and I think I'll allow the CFO just to get to the heart of it. But just to share, elevated priorities are priorities that would have been prioritized by the province, meaning the Premier. It will, ourselves together with community safety, when we go to the budget conversations, they will then say they would want cameras, they would want the following priorities, will equally do the same. But as to how GPT finalizes and decides is literally based on the discretion that they would take. Because for them, priorities that needs to be prioritized are largely the elevated priorities, notwithstanding each and every department's core business. And that's why they will then give us the discretionary to decide where does the rest of the money goes to. But just to put it clearly, and I think definitely from my understanding, and when we met with GPT, the understanding has been that the issue of the installation of CCTV cameras, it literally was definitely misleading, because at this stage, DCS made it very clear they do not have any new requests for us. However, they would want to make sure that the existing cameras are working. Because already by the time we went to the Treasury, we were already aware of some of the challenges and the damages that were happening and vandalism that was happening on existing cameras. So we needed to ensure that there is enough money for that, so that we are able to maintain. So the money definitely, I think there's also just a model in which Treasury will then look at it. In fact, I was with the CFO when we were at the PBC, and they said, from here onwards, we want clients to start coming and asking, and not just only yourselves, right? But so that there's a bit of an alignment together with the work that we do, together with the client department. I do think that the issue of the elevated priorities, as I say, was based on what was sitting in the core and what was sitting in the state of the province address. But let me ask the CFO just to speak to that. But as I say, I'm reconfirming, we do not have new requests in terms of the CCTV cameras, but we are responsible for making sure that the existing cameras that are currently not working are being put in a place or a position wherein they can work. The maintenance of it, it has to be done by us on the basis that it's us that would have installed. So community safety would not know what technology and the how part. It has to be a responsibility of ourselves. The similar way in which when we get involved in technology installation, it will always be ourselves as ICT that will then have to deal with maintenance and support to a specific technology. And that's really how it works. But I do think that definitely there's a need for us to correct that and make sure that it's not called installation, but that rather maintenance of those CCTV cameras in the long run. CFO?
No, thank you, Ijude. Maybe let me begin where you stopped. When it comes to the CCTV cameras, it's support and maintenance. So what Treasury does, because how we prepared the presentation, would assume that you perhaps have a letter that shows our allocation. So with the line items that they use, we take their line items as they are, so that we don't show non-compliance when we actually present this. So when it comes to installation of CCTV cameras, it's support and maintenance. Now, then, when we go to centralized item, Chair, so those are actually different from elevated priority. Maybe let me start here. When Treasury said, this is your earmarked funding, they would have looked on how you operate, what is your core. And one of the fundamentals, you cannot play or move the money around on earmarked funding. So GPN private cloud are part of the 775 million in 26, 27, which is the current year. Now then, if I move along, there was a question to say, you've been saying as a department, you are underfunded. We've done our own assessment that carries a various number of things in terms of how the department has been operating and most importantly, the core mandate of the department. What we've found out is that we are underfunded by 1.7 billion. Now, Treasury did the same exercise prior to the PPC that we attended last year. I think it was October, somewhere there. And they also came to the same conclusion. And I think the difference was not much. It was not material. Yes. So I think HOD have taken care of the question of rates and taxes. We are at office every day. So if somebody can pass there, you'll find us in the building. Then there was a question about the monies that take us to underperformance of 3%, which is services were rendered to education and health. I must put it clear that those figures or those monies are mere cash allocation because we have provided services and paid the invoices for health and education. And for health, it was 40 million, and for education, it was 13 million. But one of the things, because this question was also raised at audit committee, when it comes to health, the balance has been confirmed, or the figure has been confirmed, or there was an acknowledgement of debt by health. And we have then agreed that this money must be settled in this current financial period. With education, there are ongoing discussion because the people that were involved are no longer there. There's a new CIO, but in terms of the accountability, that's what we have phrased out to the HOD and to the colleagues there that this does not go anywhere just because a person was no longer here who took the decision. So we are busy getting to get that confirmed, the 13 million. Now there was the follow-up question I think we've dealt with the support and maintenance. There was also a question from, I think, Member Son regarding the nil balance on the payment of capital. So if you look at my presentation, the nil balance comes from HR transversal. That's the program. So it's not from the core. It's from the is the unit in our department that deals with IODs, so they don't necessarily have the capital rather than the printers and computers. From Member Meso regarding the PWDs, in the unit under finance called supply chain, we have formulated a strategy that we presented, I think, on third quarter, the last time that we here. Maybe let me put it like that. We have already started in the first quarter because one of our biggest problems was the database when it comes to people with disability. There was one, which is we sorted it out with outreach programs. The second part, especially on the third and fourth quarter, was the issue that we have identified the people that owns companies whom are people with disabilities, but the problem was the compliance. We use Central Supplier Database of National Treasury to actually be able to invite companies. So one of the things that we've done as the department was to do sort of providing some coaching whereby where people have expired tax clearance, we inform them to say, please fix 1, 2, 3. I can safely say that in the new financial period, as we speak, we have already started to trade with one of the people with disability. And we have already put a structure to ensure that there will be programs that merely reserved for people with disability so that we can be able to achieve the 7%. So I think as we come and present in quarters, you'll be able then to see that particular movement. I think this question goes is the same as that was asked by Member Mehwe. And there was a question that was asked by Member Gentile when it comes to payment of service providers. So, how we pay as a department, there's two ways. One, there's I'm sure you've seen in our presentation, we're talking about payment packs and so forth. Those are the documents that internally should be signed off by colleagues, comes to us. Previously, we had a problem on this particular area, but what we have done in my office, we've started a control of a 3-day turnaround time, where if the service provider have uploaded their invoice on the system, we then ensure that the end user is aware, and anything that is outstanding, the end user bring it forward. But again, another trick that we have experienced as well, because we want to have 100% on this target, is that some of the service providers will just put an invoice without complying. If somebody had his PE or tax clearance in order in the last month or so, they don't check. Then you'll get that our system does not allow us to pay you while you are non-compliant. So it's a mixture of those two, but what we are doing is that we've got a 3-day turnaround, and if you found out that the issue is not within or internally with the department, we contact that service provider. You'll be shocked that even big service providers like your Telkom, like your Vodacom, had these problems. And we struggled last month to actually pay them. So they managed to actually resolve these issues. And then I think the HOT has taken care of the increase on COE, which is compensation of employees. I think I would have covered all mine. I think what is left is e-waste, performance, and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll then hand over to TDG Kranka, just then to deal with the other questions, including, I think, that issue of NYS, as well on the digital ambassadors.
No, thanks, HOT. I think on the aspect, I think most of the items I can note that you have covered them as well as the CFO. But on the matter of the digital ambassadors, it is a program that we have been running over the years. It started as a part of the design and validation program, and we work with institutions of higher education, where we collaborate with the TVET colleges, and the people are identified through the different TVET colleges, but also communities, where then we train them. We identify SMMEs that are then need to be assisted, trained, and then given enough information for them to be able to participate within the ICT space, with the full understanding that we're trying to incorporate young entrepreneurs, but also people who are previously disadvantaged in the space of technology, for them to contest and compete in the space of development of technologies. And the digital ambassadors are run through our business alignment unit, where we've got a specific or a special project manager that is assigned to monitor the work that they are doing. And through our e-services specialists, they also work within that, where we've identified specific basket of services that we've digitized on behalf of the province, and then they go within communities to promote that. And over and above that, we are trying to expand it to work within the education space, where they will work very closely with the schools, assisting with any technical work, but also over and above that, They also assist with communities when they need to use our platform. And they are given a stipend. So a program is every other 12 months we review, revise. But through stakeholder partnerships and relationships with your likes of your MICT SETA, we are looking at expanding the program, but it will be integrated to the broader Youth Tech Expos so that as we go to the different corridors, we are able also to have that database. I hope that covers that. Thanks.
I think, MEC, through you, we've covered the rest. I think the rest of the other comments we'll look into as we come back to on the quarterly performance, particularly as it relates to disability, what measures have been put in place, and the progress, including the resolutions that came from the OCPOL roundtable, as well as the issues around e-waste. I hope we've covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think there's a follow-up, Member Miso.
Yeah, yes, Chairperson. I think I will have just another bite. I thought our youth here present, they will have a concern and ask this question, but seemingly maybe they've missed out on the report. Therefore, I will ask the department on their behalf. The report, the quarterly report of the department indicates on issues of youth employment, they've failed to reach the target that they've set themselves. Perhaps if the department, and they had 150 target, which they did not achieve, perhaps if the department can tell us the reason why they've failed to fill those vacancies while this house is full of young people who are unemployed. Why are they were not employed? That is number one. Number two, on issues of the vacancies that are in the department, which ones that are critical, that are still vacant? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other members before I close? Okay, Member Waters.
Just two comments, Chair. Chair, my comments about the bursaries emanate from a reply that I received. And so, from my understanding, the department doesn't give bursaries to young people sitting here. It's all internal for staff. So that was my comment, Chair, not to deter any young person from ever receiving a bursary. So I just want to make that clear. And then just on a point of interest, Chair, if one works out, and I heard what the HOD said about the elevated priorities and the Wi-Fi amount, but if you just look at that elevated priority, it's 0.64% of the entire budget for a core mandate. And so, you know, priorities are certainly skewed and the funding is certainly skewed in this budget. But I just wanted to raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. Member Gentile.
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to make a comment around the research and innovation, which I think must also be part of the full mandate of the department. And I think we're not seeing much of it, HOD and MEC. And one would want to really, because in one of the, I know as part of the collaborations with the, what is that institution in Tshwane? Innovation Hub, you would have indicated a challenge of research capacity both for the department and for the hub itself. And I think that the department, over and above all these challenges, you may need to also position yourselves differently in relation to research itself, because it says it's e-gov, research and innovation, and like maybe we're going to see more innovation with the collaboration, but I would want to see more of the research work done, or rather coming up. It assists us at least with our overall oversight. I raise this because we have already indicated, MEC, that you have capacity issues, and I think you must build maybe from partners, and I know you have partnered already. Presentation, you may also look at other different institutions that may then assist you in the overall work around research as a department. Thanks.
All right, so we've received your reports. Maybe just to indicate that we will then have follow-up questions arising from this, and at least the clarification that you've now given. TV cameras of installation versus maintenance and so forth. But I think what will be of critical importance for the committee also to have a sense of is in terms of that amount, because it's fixed throughout the years, is to get a sense just in terms of what goes towards repairs, what goes towards replacements, so break down that amount so that we have an understanding of it, because it's fixed currently. So which means we just need some detail in terms of the cameras themselves, how many are still functional, how many are not, what's going to be repaired, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know how you're going to deal with software upgrades, because what you're having now will certainly not be relevant in the next 2 years. So those are factors. That's why we would require some level of detail around that. And the areas that we'll continue to monitor is on the disability, which members have spoken to quite strongly. The e-waste, you would have heard, we're very happy with the developments that we're seeing on that, and we really are asking that you strengthen on that aspect. Youth expos, we are also very happy with what we are seeing and the development and how you're strengthening them over time. But of course, the call is that you also integrate in people that don't have skills or specialities in that area, because we all know the young people are tech savvy. They might not have the IT certification, but there is some work that we can be able to develop in them. So if we can see an expansion on that, I think that would be also quite good. So we'll leave those reports for now, which I think we've been able to exhaust quite a lot, and we have eaten into our own time. But let's thank the department and MEC and HOD for your team, and we've received now that fourth quarter report together with your budget. We'll now move to the next agenda item, which you've taken us through the youth expos, because I had taken that up. We now go to the last item. Are we on item number 8, correct? Which is the adoption of our minutes, and this is a closed session. So let me thank the department for your time. I just want to get a sense, is Charlene here? Oh, there you go. I was waiting for that announcement.
Thank you very much, Chair. So lunch is served in the restaurant Billy G. They are ready for the groups. If we can release the department, they're more than welcome to.
What's the place called?
Billy G.
Oh, Billy, Michael Jackson, G's guys. Everyone's exposing who's watched the movie. Okay, thank you very much to the department and our stakeholders. As you would have heard, you go to the Michael Jackson Quarter, Billie Jean, and that's where you'll have your lunch. We thank you so much for your participation and all your inputs. Please, can I stress the WhatsApp number? Can it be spread, please? Yeah, you heard that, yes. Please, can... Please put up the WhatsApp number so that they are able to connect with the department. But let's thank you. Stakeholders from the West Rand in the main. We saw others from the south and Joburg. Let's thank you, everybody, for coming through and making our work a lot easier, because we get our mandate from yourselves and the things that you want to see. So, siyabonga, sibonge MEC, HOD, and your team. Charlene, you have one last announcement?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I received the channel full name as well as the link to register for the hackathon. We have shared with our PPP officer, and she will share with each leader the link to register if you would like to participate in the hackathon. So
are we not able to just put it on the screen?
Chair, we can, but then they'll have to rewrite the link, and they
okay.
might miss a digit or a dot, and then not be able to do the form online.
All right. Okay, so all the different leaders of the delegates that came, you'll receive that link, and then you'll be able to spread it then to everybody. So we're fine. Okay. Siyanceda, we were growing your channel for you.